me on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vast roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vast roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vast roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Vast, the political dragon, here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. Today is March 1st. It is currently 2:32 in the afternoon, and wow, it has been quite the week, has it not, my friends? We've gone from the State of the Union to war in Iran. It's a huge transition, and that doesn't include steps like with Don Lemon and an update on his case of violating the First Amendment rights of churchgoers. It doesn't include the ongoing changing story about Americans being killed by the Cuban government. It doesn't include a lot of things that are happening right now around the world. Keir Starmer is in trouble with its own people because, well, basically he and the EU are trying to help prop up the Iranian government that has for decades been trying to kill the people of the EU and England. It's an amazing set of stories here, and we're going to talk about a lot of them. We're going to try and give you an update about a lot of things that are happening because they affect you. And this channel, we've been doing this for 9 years every Sunday, and also political commentary for over 20 years. We do this because we want to hear your voice from anywhere across the country or around the world, because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in your right to speak up about the issues that affect you, because that's our birthright as human beings, not just Americans, but our birthright as human beings. And whether your government may or may not like it, whether or not any internet overlord may or may not like it, we on this channel will always hear your voice, not because you have to do what we say, but because we want to have the conversation. That's how we improve the world. And let's have that conversation today. For those who are new to the channel, I welcome each and every one of you. I thank you for taking some time out to be with me to hear what we're going to be speaking about. I hope you'll stay. For those who've familiar, we're going to get right on into it today because obviously there's a lot going on. I want to first start off, though, with a warning and something that I think is very, very important. There it is. And before we do anything else, why is this on the opposite side? Okay, I screwed up. Before I do anything else, okay, well, do it. Screw it. I want you to know that the FBI has issued yesterday a warning for the public And this is very serious. I think it's very real that we have to be aware that there is a threat that is possible. Sleeper cells exist in America. That is a fact. We know, as we had covered under the Biden Harris administration, known and suspected terrorists entered the United States for 4 years under the Biden Harris administration. Some of those terrorists were individuals aligned with ISIS, Al Qaeda, the Taliban, Hamas, Houthis, Hezbollah, and many, many other organizations that do not like America or Americans, regardless of what your political affiliation may be, regardless of your identity or your preferences. They just don't like that you exist. And we know that these individuals, some were caught, but many were not. And sleeper cells do exist. With the death of the Ayatollah of Iran, the confusion in Iran, and of course, the ongoing war, we can expect that some of these sleeper cells may activate now. And also, I would add to this that in 3 months, in 6 months, when the American people are expected to have forgotten what's going on, when they are counting on the short-term memory of news media and the American public, you may see other activities in 3 months and in 6 months. So from now until the next 6 months, I strongly advise everyone watching this program and all of your friends and families to be more vigilant and more aware of your surroundings, to be careful and cautious. And remember, this is why we have a Second Amendment, because police officers can't be everywhere. Law enforcement cannot be everywhere. You don't have an FBI agent, a state trooper, and a police officer following you everywhere you go once you leave your house. That's just not reality. You cannot be protected by the government 24/7, and therefore we have a Second Amendment so you can protect yourself, your loved ones, your property at all times. You are the first line of defense. Part of that, besides exercising your Second Amendment rights, is also being aware of your surroundings and letting authorities know of something that you believe may be a dangerous situation. And that, together, each and every one of us, exercising our Second Amendment rights and also being aware of our surroundings, will protect more people here at home, because the threat is here. It came in the last 4 years, over the 4 years of the Biden-Harris administration, and it continues to exist to some extent in America at this moment. We believe that's very important. I wanted to share that first and foremost, above and beyond everything else we'll be talking about. Now, we have some comments here, and I hope I have this system fixed up. It's always messed up. Hello, Kintsugi. It's good to see you. I'm glad you're here with us. And Kintsugi says, hi, Mike. To answer the poll, oh, yes, I forgot. For those who are on YouTube or who would like to be on YouTube, you can go there. There is a poll and a couple of questions that you can answer for the show. Please, we look forward to you doing so. Kintsugi says, having taken the poll, that the Iran news is very, very unnerving. That's true for a lot of people. Yesterday, I myself, yesterday, was conflicted on some of my thoughts about the Iran event and some of the information which was coming at us. It was a barrage of information. And I spent 3 hours yesterday. I didn't even get to any of the news. I spent 3 hours just talking with people across this nation and answering your questions and talking about the event and some of the likely things we're going to see on the short term and potentially some things in the long term. And that was a 3-hour conversation I didn't even expect. That was off the cuff. So you're not alone, Kintsugi. Everyone in America and around the world, people are very concerned about this and what does this mean for them. It means a lot, and there's a lot to it. So we're going to try and answer some of that today, but I'm also not forgetting there is a Cuban crisis that's ongoing as we speak. There are 4 Americans who were killed by the Cuban government. 6 Americans are injured and have been captured by the Cuban government, possibly being interrogated as we speak. We do not know the full details, but I do want you to be aware of that because that's right off of the coast of America. That is very close to home, and that is affecting us as well. In addition to that, we have the continuing stories about the State of the Union that we should address. I think it's very important because it's going to affect the 2026 midterm elections. It's going to affect America. What was revealed during the State of the Union, I think it has to be said yet again and continuously so that we can improve America. Because what I saw during the State of the Union left me with great dismay for the future of America. In addition, there's also news about Don Lemon. And as you may recall, in January, Don Lemon joined with a group of activists who bum rushed a church, an active church service on a Sunday, and intimidated and coerced and threatened parishioners, worshipers during their services. And Don Lemon, of course, has been arrested for that, as he should, as well as 25 other members of this far leftist cell. They are being charged properly. And there is a further development in that story, which we should cover. And this is also part of what's happening in America and how it's affecting the rest of the world. We'll talk about all of that. And of course, all of your questions. Please do not hold back. You can reach us on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Rumble, and obviously YouTube. And you can send a super chat or Rumble rant if you wish. It does help the channel, and I do appreciate that. So let me get into it. So we did talk about that. And there is one other thing I wanted to speak about before we got into the show proper. I did want to mention, and I became aware of this, I myself have signed this. This is the Corporal Igor, capital, blah, I cannot speak today. The Corporal Igor Zubarev Veterans Bill. This is a bill that exists in New York City, and there are several individuals who are trying to get this to be a national bill. Essentially, what we see here is the corporal was trying to get housing, but his GI Bill, his government payment for his time in service in the United States, was not recognized as income. So imagine you're going to try and rent an apartment. You just got out of the military. You have the GI Bill. It guarantees that you're going to get a payment, that your rent will be paid. But the landlord says, that's not income. I can't count on that. That's not actual money. This actually happens in America. There are landlords that will not allow a former member of our military to have housing because they don't believe the GI Bill is a payment. It's not a check. It's not cash, because it's not a job, not a traditional job. It's not traditional means of getting money. And some of our members of the military are homeless because of this. And that's ridiculous to me. And I am an advocate for the homeless. I am an advocate for our military. And I do not agree with this. I think this is insane. It is ridiculous. It should not be allowed. Again, this has already been fought in New York City, and the New York City statutes were changed so that GI Bills, if you are a former military, you're paying your rent with the GI Bill, that is accepted as income, and therefore you cannot be denied housing because of that. This helps to prevent veterans becoming homeless. And obviously, homelessness is a very strong issue for us here. I've been homeless. I'm an advocate for the homeless and our veterans. So this is important to me. I did sign this bill. I advise others to look into it. If you agree with me that this is something that will help prevent veterans from becoming homeless, please sign the bill. Let's get the attention of Congress. Let's make this a national law, not just a New York City statute, but a national law that our veterans deserve to have housing and not to have the GI Bill ignored. I think that's important. You may agree or disagree. I'm happy to hear your voices. As always on this program, you are allowed to have a different opinion. You are allowed to disagree with me on any issue that we're talking about. I only ask that your disagreement be substantive. Don't tell me that you think I'm old. Don't tell me you think I'm ugly. Don't tell me that I'm some kind of sellout. I've heard all of that crap for 58 years of my life. I don't care. What I do care about is there a better way to help our homeless, to help our veterans, to help America and help the world? That's what I care about. You want to insult me? I don't care. It won't affect me. I've been doing this too long. But if we can get to the solutions to make things better, I'm all ears. So let's go forward from that. So I do advise you to check out that bill. I think it's worthwhile. Obviously, the big news is the war between the United States and Iran. That is the news of the day. That's what everyone cares about. Let's talk about it. So the U.S. and Israel, and everyone's like, a lot of people want to include Israel in this, and I've heard this argument quite a bit recently. Israel is the reason why we're at war. That's a lie. Israel is telling America what to do. That's a lie. Israel is really the one that's in charge here. It's the Israeli war with Iran. That's not entirely correct. Let's get this straight. Let's figure this out correctly. Donald Trump is not led by anyone. You can't buy him. He's a multi-billionaire already. So no one's paying him off. He has no need of anyone's money because he has more money than everyone can offer him. That's just a fact. In addition to that, Donald Trump, in his first presidency and in this presidency, has been very, very vocal about what he believes and what he looks to do. And he has been very direct in saying that to the American public. In fact, that's part of the reason why Democrats hate him so much, why so many people are angry with him, is because he's very direct. He's not diplomatic at all. He is very forward in what he believes and why. And he has been very, very, very consistent in his thoughts on what he believes is best for America's future. Not next week, not next month, not the next election, but America's future, looking at a 10, 20, 30-year worldview of where America should be. That's a very different thing. We have been conditioned, not only in the United States, but around the world, to look at events that are happening and to evaluate them based on next week, next month, or the next election. In fact, during the Biden-Harris administration, U.S. foreign policy was guided by nothing more than what looks good for the next election to allow Democrats to maintain power and control. That was his guiding light. And you don't have to believe me. Go back over the last 4 years or the 4 years of the Biden-Harris administration, and you will see me mentioning this. And I've been doing foreign policy and covering it in detail for 15 years on YouTube, 22 years in political commentary. And you will see me denote and go through the numbers, the details on how the Biden-Harris administration was only looking to make Democrats look good to get through the next election so that the Democrats would have as much power as possible. That was the defining feature of the 46th president of the United States. That and the fact that he was a part-time zombie while in office and deeply protected by the news media and political elites. They didn't want you to know that he was not mentally capable of holding the office of president. That being said, so this isn't a Iran-Israel war. Israel has its own reasons and purposes, and they are functioning as a nation with their own interests. And it is in the best interest of Israel to follow the lead of the United States. But the United States, separate of Israel or any other country in the world, we have thousands of reasons why we are upset with the government of Iran. Again, not the people of Iran, the government of Iran. We have thousands of dead Americans, whether they be service members or civilians, that have been killed either directly by the actions of Iran or indirectly through the terrorism that Iran, this current regime, has been the major sponsor of. Everyone in the world knows this. It is recognized internationally. Iran is the single greatest cause of terrorism in the world. They train various terrorist organizations and individuals. They fund hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars every year, funding it to groups like Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, many, many others. So this is something that affects everyone in the world. And the United States is the number one target. Israel may be the number two target, and then the rest of the world thereafter. This is an international problem. And again, the United States is the number one target, has been the number one target for 47 years of the Iran regime. Both Ayatollahs every day, stated that at least once a day, they were out speaking to the world saying death to America. Let's not forget that. And many people on the left want to say, well, that's just rhetoric, and they don't take them seriously. I take it seriously when a country devotes itself to one thing every single day. If they say they're going to kill you, I believe them. I take them at their word. When I see that they are training terrorist organizations around the globe, spending hundreds of millions of dollars while suffering under international sanctions, and they still fund those terrorist organizations, they still train those terrorist groups, I take them at their word. They want to kill you. And they don't care about your ideology or your identity. In fact, if you happen to be LGBTQ plus whatever, then they're probably more likely to try and want to kill you too. If you're a woman and you know how to read, you can drive a car, and you work, they probably want to kill you too. If you're promiscuous, they probably want to kill you too. That is the ideology of the Ayatollah and the theological government of Iran. Let's understand that quite clearly. So they don't care that you're a bleeding heart liberal. They don't care about that. You don't believe what the Ayatollah believes, therefore you should die. That is their mantra. That's what they have said, and that is what they have done in their country and through their influence around the world. They've been trying to get that done. Let's not confuse that. America has many of its own reasons why we are and have been against the Iranian regime, and we have always sought to see it end, to be removed, to be replaced, to be destroyed. We have always had that. And on top of that, most recently, we have had the threat of Iran becoming a nuclear power, which no country in the world wants to see happen. And you don't have to believe me. Just look at what's happening in the UN right now. Look around the world. Yes, many countries are saying, that was so bad of Donald Trump. Oh, Donald Trump is bad. Orange man, bad. And they don't care. Yeah, they'll say that because it looks good for some of their more left-leaning political interests. But they're not upset. No one is looking to punish the United States for toppling the Iranian theological extremist regime. No one is pissed off. Everyone is happy that America has done this. And we have seen many countries throughout the Middle East, in various parts of the world, have taken on the U.S. standpoint and are happy to support us as we do what no one else was willing to do. Europe wasn't willing to actually tackle this issue, and they deferred to the United States. They waited for the United States to take action. We've seen that through Europe, in Middle East, the Far East, Africa, South America. Everyone has been waiting for the superpower of the world, which is the United States, to do something, because no one else would do it. No one else had the capability to do it. Everyone else was afraid to hear the words, oh, that was so mean, that was so bad. Literally, that's prevented, half a dozen presidents of the United States from actually taking action to protect America from the omnipresent threat of Iran. Whether that be from nuclear weapons or that be from terrorism, it is an omnipresent threat that has existed. And president after president did not take action because they were afraid that the rest of the world, the UN, would say, shame on you. How dare you do that? Donald Trump didn't care. Donald Trump he's a lame duck president. Let's understand that. He's not getting a third term. He doesn't get to run again. He is looking at the midterms of 2026, and almost in most scenarios, it is expected that the opposite side, the Democrats, will gain some power in the House and or the Senate, and therefore his power, his capability of being able to move his agenda forward for America is increasingly diminished from November 2026, and every day thereafter, his power diminishes by the day. His ability to move things forward, to improve America as he sees in his vision, decreases every single day. That's a fact. He took action because he didn't have a chance to wait around. And by the way, we were in negotiations with Iran throughout the week, and we've been in negotiations, literally, we've been in negotiations with Iran since the Obama nuclear deal had been created. We've been back and forth with them on this. And the Iranian government was trying to play games like they did with the Biden-Harris administration. For 4 years, the Biden-Harris administration removed dozens of restrictions and sanctions on Iran, freeing up hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars that were then routed towards terrorist organizations across the globe. And that was being done by the Biden-Harris administration just to get the United States and Iran to sit down and have a conversation, just to talk to Iran. Billions of dollars was flooded into terrorist organizations around the world, and terrorism increased under the Biden-Harris administration. That is a fact. Since that time, under the Trump administration as the 47th president, well, sanctions went back onto Iran, reducing the amount of funding going to international terrorism. That saved lives in Europe, in Middle East, in Africa, especially in Africa. It saved lives. And then we said, let's have a negotiation. Let's talk this out. Let's see if there is a compromise point. And Iran decided to treat the Trump administration and America just as it did under the Biden administration. Delay, no action being taken, give them more money, give them more opportunity to increase the global terrorism. That's all they wanted. As they said, day after day on their national television, death to America. Trump said, no, you're obviously not being serious, and you are an omnipresent threat. We have to end that. And the thing that really capped it off is this year, in January, Iran screwed up its economy. They had over 1,000% increase in their inflation in their country. And the people of Iran said, oh my God, this is impossible. Imagine you woke up on Monday and suddenly the price of bread increased by 1,000%. The price of milk increased by 1,000%. Eggs, gasoline, electricity, everything increased by 1,000%. You would be losing your mind, and you would be out. And this is true of whatever country you want to, that's hearing my voice. Over 100 countries around the world, you would be complaining to your government saying, what just happened? How did you screw up this bad? But in Iran, when you speak out against the Ayatollah, you die. And somewhere between, depending on which source you want to look at, international organizations, independent organizations, all have numbered, or at least counted, the number of people that Iran blatantly killed. I mean, killed just in the middle of the street, walked up and shot people in the head just because they dared say, why is the inflation so high? How did you screw up? And they shot them dead in the middle of the street for saying nothing more than that. And that was in the range of somewhere between 5,000 Iranians and 30,000 Iranians in just the month of January 2026. That's it. 30, upwards of 30,000 people were just instantly killed, with another 40,000 thrown in jail for indeterminate amounts of time on no charges, just because they dared say inflation is too high. That was the breaking point. Because if they are a government that is willing to kill its own people, to permanently torture and incarcerate its own people, because the rent is too high, because the price of bread is too high, if they are willing to do that, they are willing to do anything to everyone else to make everyone bend the knee to their ideology. And that is a threat too much to bear. And thus, Donald Trump took action. Now, you can tell me you don't like that action. You can tell me that he may have overreached in his power. You could say that this wasn't the best way to do it. We can have that conversation. But we cannot say this was because Israel said do it. It's not Israel's call. Everything I've just lined out has nothing to do with Israel. So people who lie on the crutch of, well, it's Israel, no, that's just because you're an anti-Semite. And you're leaning on that because you just want to push anti-Semitism. That's not a factor in this conversation or in this war. It really isn't. That being said, let me move forward. So we see that the U.S. and Israel launched a new wave of attacks on Iran today. The war is not over. As we mentioned yesterday, the Ayatollah of Iran, Ali Khamenei, that's Khameni, Khamenei, is dead. He was 86. He died from a strategic missile strike, as many had suspected throughout the day, but it was later confirmed by Iran itself that he is dead, as well as some 40-odd advisors to the Iranian government, some of the leaders of its military and its armed forces, and the the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the hardcore extremists of the Iranian government. They were replaced. There is an interim Ayatollah at this time. That is the religious leader and ultimately the leader of Iran at this time. There are several other council that is taking place that is stepping in to run Iran and to run its war until they have the opportunity to get a supreme leader. Secondary members of the military have stepped up to then conduct more of its military operations. The war isn't over. We got rid of one of the worst individuals with a purpose, and now that country, Iran, is in some turmoil, some confusion, but they're still capable and willing and actively fighting as we speak. So the war is not over. Many people hoped and felt yesterday when Khamenei, the Ayatollah, was dead, that would end the war then and there. That is incorrect. That was a unrealistic expectation, or perhaps a hope. It was unrealistic. But it does mean that Iran knows they are in trouble. Now, one of the things I want to highlight here is I believe that the UK, France, and Germany have failed their people and the world. Yesterday, we heard from the foreign minister of Iran that Iran was willing to negotiate, to go to the peace table, to try and negotiate a peace with the United States at this time. We know that yesterday, Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of England, the closest ally of the United States in the entire world, told Iran exactly that, to stop all fighting and to beg for peace, to go to the negotiation table with the United States government. That was echoed, that idea, that belief was echoed by France, which believes in communism, according to Emmanuel Macron and the German prime minister as well. The EU essentially was saying, no, sue for peace. Let's end this. And that's a problem. That's a massive problem. See, I understand that Keir Starmer has no balls whatsoever. And that's why he was unwilling. He knew that this attack was going to happen. The United States had come to our closest ally, England, and requested to use some of their bases in the region, in the Middle East, to make it easier for our troops, our air force, our fighters, our bombers, to be able to conduct their missions with less risk. And England said no. Keir Starmer said no. He increased the risk of Americans being killed because Keir Starmer is weak and he is a leftist. And he supported Iran. And that's what France is saying. They support Iran. And Germany is saying effectively they support the terrorist nation of Iran, the government of Iran. They believe in the hyper restrictive, the authoritarian dictatorship that is the government of Iran, punishing women for learning how to read. People may have forgotten, Iran poisoned its own schoolgirls for daring to learn how to read. They did that 3 years ago. Iran throws the LGBTQ alphabet, they throw them off of buildings. They set them on fire. Iran killed a woman 2 years ago for daring to let her hair be seen, not for doing anything else. Just because you could see her hair, they killed her. And this is what England, France, and Germany are supporting. And I know some people say, but Mike, how do you get to that? If the whole reason why the foreign minister was asking America to stop and to go to negotiations, that would preserve the government. That would give credibility to the existing government that we oppose, that has instituted all of these things. Terrorism for the last almost 5 decades, killing women for daring to show their hair, killing people for daring to say the cost of eggs is too high. If we have a negotiation with them at this moment and allow them to preserve their government, which is the purpose of negotiations at this moment, well, then you're preserving that dictatorship, that authoritarianism. You're making that credible and the only option for the Iranian people. That is the choice that Keir Starmer, Emmanuel Macron, the German government all decided to do. The EU said, no, keep the devil that we know, allow the terrorist nation or the terrorist supporting nation to continue to exist just as it was. I think that's unacceptable. And the reason why most people aren't upset about this, they haven't realized that's what England just said. That's what the EU just said. Allow Iran to continue to support terror in the world. Allow them to continue to use terrorism as a tool in the world. Allow them to continue to kill women for showing their hair. Allow them to kill people for just complaining about the price of bread. That's what they offered yesterday. I think that's insane. And when we actually stop to think about it and to talk about it in those terms, to break down what it is that England, France, and Germany actually offered, what actually was being offered by the foreign minister of Iran yesterday, that is saving the existing authoritarian, theocratic government of Iran. That is saving the greatest sponsor of terror in the world in the last 47 years. It is giving them a lifeline to continue to support Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and dozens upon dozens of terrorist organizations that have threatened and attacked every other nation in the world, including throughout the Middle East. That's what Keir Starmer did. And because he did that, he should be removed from office. That's my opinion. I think the Brits should come together. He should have a vote of no confidence and he should be removed. And there should be immediate elections in England to find someone, anyone that has some kind of balls and is willing to stand up and say, no, you are a terrorist nation and you support terrorism. You cannot be allowed to continue to exist in this form, to have that kind of power. It cannot be allowed for the world to have peace and stability. Cannot be allowed. That's my opinion. Other people may say, Mike, you just don't understand, and that's just too much. You can have that opinion. I do not share it. Let me see. We got a comment here from Kintsugi. And by the way, folks, everyone is allowed to make a comment. You don't all have to agree with me if you don't want to. It's up to you. But Kintsugi says, so would you say our attack on Iran is more of a proactive response than a reactive one? Actually, it's both. To be absolutely honest, we are reacting to 47 years of terrorism and targeted attacks against the American government and its people. In addition, we are being proactive against the future threat that comes from that very same theocratic extremist government that they have always said and have always planned to try and destroy each and every single American, regardless of your political ideology, regardless of your gender, regardless of your race, regardless of any other factor. Just because you're an American and you know what the First Amendment is, because you've lived under the Constitution, Iran has deemed that the government of Iran has deemed that you need to die. So that's proactive. So yes, it is both reactive to what they have shown us and what they have done to us for 47 years, and it is proactive considering what are the opportunities that they will have or could have had in the future, especially with a nuclear bomb. And when I say a nuclear bomb, I want to be clear. It doesn't necessarily have to be an H bomb like what we dropped on Japan. It can be a dirty bomb. It can be they have the nuclear material right now that if you were to blow it up as a bomb, no, it would not destroy an entire city. It would spread radiation and radiation sickness throughout an entire city. The buildings would still be there. It wouldn't be massive damage in terms of evaporating instantly everything there. It would just make people die over weeks and months. It would destroy babies and make people, it would kill babies, pregnant mothers. It would destroy human beings. They would break down and get all kinds of cancers. It would be a lingering, painful death. And that's just as bad, if not worse, than a nuclear weapon. It's more horrific. It's more terrifying. And as a sponsor of global terror, I could see, and I do see the fear of Iran using dirty bombs rather than nuclear bombs. Obviously, they would use nuclear bombs if they could, but dirty bombs would achieve their terroristic goals just as much as would a nuclear, and therefore, or a nuclear proper bomb. And therefore, any kind of nuclear advancements in Iran is a global threat because they are willing to do it. Remember, they train people to strap bombs onto their bodies, suicide bombers, to run into grocery stores, in malls, onto buses filled with women and children and blow themselves up. If they are willing to sacrifice women and children and innocent bystanders to advance their theological agenda, what would they do with the nuclear material? Do you think does that somehow mean that they wouldn't do that? Of course they would. They absolutely would. So yes, I hope that answers your question, Kintsugi. Yes, it is both reactive and proactive. It's not an either or, it's both. At least that's the way I see it. Now, if others see it in a different way, please tell me why. If you don't think it's reactive or proactive, either or, then let me know why. Tell me how I am wrong. Tell me how I have misunderstood the things that have happened, the history that we all know is correct, and the potential that we all see before us. I'm happy to hear it. I will listen to you. So tell me what you think. Let me go on. This has been affecting everyone around the world, and this is from Australia. And I thought this part, I was listening as I was checking all the news around the world, and there is a massive difference between the news that is being reported in the other parts of the world and the United States. The United States has taken a very definitively anti-Israel approach towards the war with Iran. They have taken an orange man bad and anti-Israel. That's the mainstream news media pushing that agenda. Why? It will help them win in the 2026 midterm elections. They are looking at this from the most short-sighted manner that is possible, one that is only purely partisan and political. It is a holdover from the Biden-Harris administration, which only looked at foreign policy in the way that it helped Democrats to win elections. That was the only purpose of international policy. And that's what we're seeing reflected in the mainstream news media here in the United States. I'll go into that in more detail. But around the rest of the world, you are seeing very, very extremely different responses than what we see in America. As an example, here's something that I was looking at and it just caught my attention. And it was from Australia. And it'll be interesting to see how you take what he says, because I thought it was kind of funny and telling all at the same time.
Look at how the New York Times reported the Ayatollah's death. The headline reads, "Hardline cleric who made Iran a regional power dies at 86. Can you believe that? What they don't say is that the Ayatollah is now eligible to vote as a registered Democrat in the upcoming midterms.
That was funny. Come on. That was funny. That was a really great little snipe at Democrats. In particular, those in New York are classically known for having the dead reawaken and vote every year. And I thought that was really spot on. And I think he was targeting New York Democrats more than anything else. But Democrats overall are known for the dead suddenly rising up, registering, and actively voting in our elections. So I thought that was just perfect. But again, you don't hear anything like that in the United States. Let's go back and take a look at that for a second, though, because the New York Times decided that a hardline cleric, the Ayatollah, is more than a hardline cleric. He was the absolute, and he is actually named the supreme leader of Iran. Iran is the global leader in terror. So that means that the largest, the most powerful terrorist of the world was the Ayatollah of Iran. He was the one who decided how much money got allocated to terrorist organizations around the world. He was the one who made sure that those terrorists were getting trained on how to effectively suicide bomb people and how to attack people across the globe. He was the one who activated various plans in various cities, like in England, like in the synagogue attack in Australia, like attacks of similar nature in the United Kingdom, in France, in Germany, various attacks against Americans and American bases throughout the world. He made that decision. He's not a hardline cleric. He's a politician. He's not a religious leader. Or rather, he's not just a religious leader. He wasn't a cleric. He was the supreme leader of Iran. That's his title. But the New York Times wants to soften the image. They want it to seem like Donald Trump was being evil. Donald Trump was being bad. That orange man bad. Here he is going after this religious figure who also happens to be a politician, the highest politician in Iran, directing international terrorism. They say he's a clerk who made Iran a regional power. He didn't make Iran a regional power. Actually, the first Ayatollah, Ayatollah Khomeini, Khomeni, That's the first Ayatollah. There's only been two. The guy in 1979, he made Iran a regional terror, attacking Saudi Arabia, attacking Syria, attacking all of the neighbors of Iran in the Middle East, and sending out the original IRGC, sending out the original terrorist groups to infiltrate and to attack every other nation on the world, in particular American citizens. The second Ayatollah, which is this guy, Khamenei, with an A, who's 86, yeah, he was following up in the footsteps of the first guy. He maintained the power base of terror that Iran had. But the New York Times, for some reason, the New York Times is making it nice. They're making it gentle. They're tone, they're stepping down the tone. They're trying to make this making the Ayatollah less threatening than he actually was. They're ignoring the fact that the Ayatollah, both of them, every day for 47 years went on their national TV and told their entire country to kill every American in existence every day. And somehow the New York Times goes, well, that's too harsh. We can't tell the truth like that. We have to make him seem like he's a nicer guy. Then he wasn't so terrible. He's absolutely horrific. But they wanted to tone it down. That's how America puts this story out. He wasn't that bad. The rest of the world is dancing. Literally, people are dancing around the world because he's dead. That's how horrific this man was. Dancing. And when I say they're dancing, I don't just mean, well, the first world nations here. I'm talking about, where is it? Here it is.
Now, when was the last time you saw people dancing in the streets because a foreign power was attacking their country? But
oh my goodness. Again, Australia nails it. Those are women in Iran, in Tehran, which is under attack. And they're out in the middle. That was overnight. They were out in the middle of their streets without their hair being covered, dancing and singing because the Ayatollah was dead. Gee, that says a lot about this man, that the New York Times is saying, oh, he was a cleric. He wasn't that bad a guy. Those women are dancing for his death because they have the freedom to not have their head covered, to actually be human beings and valued as an individual rather than property. They were out dancing in the middle of the streets. And you will see that most of the new U.S. mainstream media, the leftist media in the United States, isn't talking about the fact that the Iranian people in Iran and outside of Iran are dancing in the streets, singing the praises of Donald Trump and the United States. They are happy that we have removed the Ayatollah, that the potential for them to be free for the first time in 47 years is on their doorstep. They are thankful for the United States doing something finally, even as the rest of the world looks on this and says, gee, what should happen? And if it were some Democrat finally deciding to do this, they would never do this without a coalition. They would have wasted every opportunity. They would have wasted all of the time and all of the momentum trying to convince other nations in England, France, Germany. They would have been trying to negotiate with every single Middle Eastern country. They'd be wasting their time and signaling months in advance that they were going to attack Iran, allowing Iran to make sure that they were prepared for a war and would have been able to survive longer and cost more people's lives, while any Democrat, like an Obama, like a Biden, like a Clinton, while they're building up their coalition, Iran would have been hunkering down and the Ayatollah would never have been killed and the regime would never have the chance of being toppled. So that's why the Iranian people are dancing in the streets, because they're in the best position they could possibly be and that they have been in years. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. But it's not me, because we are seeing this on international news. And again, when I say the things I do about Starma, it's not because it's just me. Here's the news right here. This is being reported, I believe this is from The Independent, which is a British newspaper. Prime Minister Starma tells Iran to refrain from further attacks after calls with its EU allies. This is how the terrorist organization of Iran, the Ayatollah, how they get to maintain power, how the terrorism remains in the world today. Keir Starmer is leading the EU and saying, no, just stop. Stop, and we will convince America. This is what Keir Starmer thinks. This is what France and Germany think, that if England says to Iran, stop, and then the Americans, Donald Trump, will stop too. And this way, you can stay alive, Iran. The dictatorship, the authoritarianism, the theocratic government will continue to exist. The terrorism will continue to exist if you just stop. And Keir Starmer is going to talk to Donald Trump and convince Donald Trump to let them continue to say death to America, to send terrorists around the world to kill people they don't like, and to allow them to get nuclear weapons. I think Keir Starmer is on drugs. If Keir Starmer or Emmanuel Macron, and I keep forgetting the name of the Prime Minister of Germany, so that's why I'm not mentioning it, but if Germany, if they believe that they could convince Donald Trump to allow a terrorist nation to support terrorism globally, attacking American citizens on a random basis, and to get nuclear weapons to even threaten us and possibly kill even more Americans into the future, if you think you can convince Donald Trump to allow that to happen, you are on acid. You are on the most massive drugs, and you're on a big trip, because it's not going to happen. That is not his nature. That is not his attitude. And that obviously is not how he is approaching and dealing with things. It's just not close to reality. It's just not true. But Keir Starmer thought that would work. And he thought France and Germany, essentially the European Union, thought this would work. I don't see that. I just don't see that. Again, maybe it's me. I could be wrong. I don't think I am. So England is going to have to deal with their own backlash from this. And France is going to have to deal with a backlash from this. So is Germany. Their leaders have to stand in front of their people and explain to them, one, why would you not support the United States? Because our government and our people will not forget you were standing for Iran. You were standing for the Ayatollah. You were standing for terrorism, international terrorism. That's what these nations, these leaders were standing for, against the United States, their supposed ally. We have saved England. We have saved France. We have fought and beaten Germany, and they want to stand against us? We are the thing defending Europe from any hostilities from Russia. Were it not for the United States, Russia would barn stomp through Ukraine, and they would go into Europe as far as they possibly could, except for the fear of the United States. That is a fact. That is the whole point of NATO. That is the whole existence of NATO. If it were not for the United States, there would be no argument about what's going on in the Ukraine, and there would be Russian soldiers knocking on the doors of German citizens, Polish citizens right now. That is a fact. And they know it. And they're going to piss in our face. They're going to spit at America by supporting Iran. And they think that we're going to forget that? The people of England, the people of France, the people of Germany really have to look at their leaders and say, what the hell are you thinking? No, that doesn't mean that the United States is suddenly going to turn around. We're going to get into a war with Europe. That's not going to happen. We don't have to do that, by the way. We just have to have tariffs. Oh, forgot about that. Yes, tariffs. We remember. We just don't have to buy French wine. We don't have to buy things from Germany. We don't have to buy things from England. In fact, we don't even have to do that much. We just don't have to buy as much from France and Germany and England. Just to send the message, maybe you should take our side when we're fighting the terrorists that go into your countries and blow up your people. Terrorists that were trained by Iran have gone into France, they have gone into England, they have gone into Germany, and they have blown themselves up, killing their civilians. We're fighting against that. They're fighting for the terrorists. I know everyone's going to go, but Mike, I've never seen anyone else say that. You're saying it, but MS Now isn't going to say that. CNN isn't saying that because they have a political agenda. I don't. I'm not running for elected office. I don't work for those companies. I'm one man. And while I would like to grow my company and I would like to make more money, please like, share, subscribe. But the fact is, I'm here to be honest with you. I've told you my agenda. I'm a Republican. I'm a conservative Republican. I have never denied that in 20 plus years. Yes, that is my viewpoint. What have they said to you? Oh, they're fair and balanced. They're honest. They're honest. They're the honest point of view. And then you find out they lied to you about how many things? The Hunter Biden laptop, Russia, the hoax that was, the Ukraine phone call hoax. They lied to you about Joe Biden being mentally as sharp as a tack. They lied to you about who was in charge of the government. They lied. You know what? You can go back across my videos. There's been a couple of times I've been wrong, but I have never lied to you. I don't come on here and I have never lied in over 15 years, 18 years of being on YouTube on this program, on this channel, and in 22 years of being a political commentator. I have never lied to you. I've been wrong once or twice, but I have never lied to you. The mainstream news media lies to you on a regular basis. How many of their employees have been fired for fabricating stories, for plagiarism? And you're going to say, but Mike, CNN, they are telling us, NBC, they're telling me that you're wrong. Yeah, and how many people did they fire for plagiarism? How many people did they fire for making up stories? How many times have they gotten it wrong? Then look at me. But that's, one way of looking at it. Let me take a look here. We got some comments, so I want to answer them. And I see that we have Joel. Joel has a comment, and Joel says, the United Kingdom, France, and Germany are turning into Muslim countries. Yes, they have been. That is true. And that is also part of the reason why they are bowing down to Iran, because they have a large, massive inflow of Muslim populations into their countries. Now, that's not a bad thing per se, except many of those Muslims, not all of them, but many of them aren't assimilating. They are creating enclaves in their countries. It's very much like I was saying, I've said many times on this program, there's a difference of being in my country and being part of the country. So as an example, Somalis, the Somalis in Minnesota, there is a enclave of Somalis living in Minnesota and taking advantage of America. And then there are some Somalis that have assimilated and they are Somali Americans. There are two distinctly different groups. And we are seeing clearly lots of evidence that the Somalis in America are the ones that have been leading the Minnesota fraud for $9 billion, stealing your money and taking away opportunities for healthcare for children who have autism and other maladies. They stole that opportunity. They stole your money because they're Somalis in America and they are looking to get rich any way they can. They're taking advantage of us. Then there are a separate group of Somali Americans who are just like you and me, living our lives, not trying to bilk the government and their fellow American. They're trying to live in the system and make it work for everyone. That same type of situation, that same scenario of people in a country versus being part of that country, that's in France, that's in Germany, that is in England, especially in England right now. And the sad thing for them is there are more people who are willing to be in England and take advantage of England than want to be part of the English system, that want to be British. Because honestly, England isn't as good as America. I can understand why people want to assimilate into America because America is great. We have the best quality of life. We have the best amount of, or the most amount of freedom. We're the superpower of the world, all at the same time. Wouldn't you want to be part of that and have your kids grow up and be part of that too? Of course you would, which is why we see higher levels of assimilation of some of these groups of people than other countries do. England is, while they're close on some things, they're not America. So they get more of the people who just want to take advantage of the government. And we see that throughout all of London. We see the grooming gangs that have been happening across England for over a decade now. And we have seen how, we have no-go zones in Germany and in France, entire areas, sectors of their country that their people, their native citizens, can't walk into because it's a foreign country. It may be France, but there are no-go zones. No, those are foreign countries. And it doesn't matter what the laws of France or Europe or anywhere is. They have their own set of rules, their own legal system. They are outside of France or Germany or England. That's a problem. And so to make those people feel comfortable and to be less violent, they are kowtowing to Iran because they think, Iran is Muslim. And therefore, if we're nice to Iran, we're nice to Muslims. And these Muslims, these foreigners, are going to be nicer to us in our own country, which isn't how it works. That's not the math. These aren't Iranians, hardline Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps terrorists. They're not who's in charge in England or in France or in Germany. They're not the ones in charge of the no-go zones. They're not getting the benefit they think they're going to get. They're not building up the goodwill they think they're building up. At least that's the way I take it. Now, again, if you think I am wrong, if you think that I have misunderstood, I am happy to hear that. If there's anyone in England that says, Mike, that's a misreading of Starma, that's a misreading of the politics. If there's someone in France, I know we have some viewers in Germany. If I have misunderstood, if I have gotten it wrong, please explain to me. Please tell me how I misunderstand the international evidence that's coming across on DW News, that's Deutsche Welle out of Germany, that's coming from France 24, that's coming from the BBC, that's coming from The Guardian, that's coming from Great Britain News, GB News. Tell me how I'm misunderstanding the international news about your countries. I'm happy to hear it. By the way, because I'm not wrong, that's why you need America. That's why you've been waiting for one American cowboy president to stand up and do what you can't do, that you were praying someone would eventually do, so that you would have the excuse to say, while you say orange man bad, cowboy American president, you get to reap the rewards of our effort and at this moment, our blood. Because let's not forget, 3 American soldiers have died. 5 have been wounded. There will be more. This is a war. And anyone who thought this would be a bloodless war, this isn't like Venezuela. In Venezuela, we had a military operation. We had Delta Force come in the middle of the night, grab 2 people, and leave. That's not a war. We didn't have a war with Venezuela. People go, well, Trump's such a warmonger. Look what he's done. We haven't had wars. We've had military operations. Yes, we have not had a war. This is the first war that Trump has had in his first term, and now this is the first war. And even if you want to point to 2025 and say, well, Mike, you're forgetting about when we dropped bombs on the nuclear silos in June of 2025. That's a military operation. That's not a war. It's not a war. So let's get that very, very clear. Trump has been cleaning up the mess of the Biden administration, of the Obama administration, in part the Bush and the Clinton administrations as well. He's been fixing those problems, and that takes a lot of work to fix, and they're not completely done yet. And it's not a perfect system. He's not 100% on all of that. He's not. But he's doing a better job, and he's the only one doing the job in the first place. If people disagree with me, I'm happy to hear it. Tell me how I'm wrong. Tell me how we are now seeing Trump fix the problems of prior presidents. If you don't think so, let me know how. Okay. But there are some inherent problems right now. Khomeini is dead. There are 3 members of the United States military that are dead at this time. 3. And sadly, that's the beginning. That's not the end number. And 5 others have been wounded. There will be more wounded. This is what happens in military operations. This is war. This is what our military is for. This is what they are there to do. That's why they volunteered. This is protecting America, not this second, but in the future. This is reducing the threat to America and Americans overseas and in the United States for the next 10 years, for the next 20 years. It is making a statement and providing safety. And that's why we, as members of the military, and yes, I too was a Marine, we put our lives on the line so that all of America, all of the Americans around the globe don't ever have to. In killing Iran's Khomeini, that's a good thing and a bad thing. It's a good thing and a bad thing because, yes, it breaks the will of the Iranian government. It turns it into disarray. They are theological. So their theological leader, their pope, as an example, is gone. He has been removed. And they don't have that core spirituality to them anymore. They have doubt. They have questions. They have confusion. They don't know who's in charge. And just like the cartels in Mexico, when you cut off the top of the head of the cartel still exists. The various cartels in Mexico, they're still there. But if we take away their leader, then they fall into disarray and they have infighting that lasts for years, decades in some cases. That reduces the amount of crime that cartel is able to do going forward, or at least for a decade or so. Then we have to deal with it again. Same thing is happening at this moment in Iran. But the problem is, as much as there are hundreds of thousands of Iranians around the world that are dancing and happy, they are in the streets, they are cheering and thanking America for saving them, or potentially giving them the opportunity to be saved. There are those hardline Islamic extremists that are looking at the death of the Ayatollah as a martyr. And Islam loves their martyrs. They are huge on having martyrs. That is like their thing. Die a martyr. That's why they have so many suicide bombers. They love to be a martyr because that is, in their religion, a good thing. They get great reward for that. But for everyone else in the world, it means insane amounts of civilian deaths. It means terrorism. So in killing Khamenei, and I was afraid of this yesterday, I was talking about it a little bit yesterday, that I had a fear that if he dies, that's going to be bad. I mean, I'm not saying that it wasn't necessary. And again, I'm not going to cry for a second that Ali Khamenei is gone. I have nothing good to say about that man or what he did. But I do recognize the fanatics out there, the military extremists that are part and parcel of the Iranian government. They will take this seriously, and they will lose their minds, and they will try to kill civilians around the world. By the way, that includes civilians in England, in France, and Germany. They don't care that you're trying to protect their government. They don't care that you may have wanted to keep, that you're trying to keep the theocracy in Iran alive, Keir Starmer. They don't care because you're not one of them. So they'll kill you and your people anyway. Same thing for you, Emmanuel Macron. They don't care that you want to be a communist because they don't care about that. You're just not one of them. You don't believe in their religion the way they believe in it. And those extremists will kill you and your people because of it. They told you that for 47 years in a row. How can you doubt them? It is a fear. And we see this coming, and it's being reported by Reuters, even as we speak, that we have now reached that level. What will happen with that, I'm not sure. Now, let me stop for a second because we got a comment. Hey, user has been banned has joined us. And he says, afternoon, the fraud is a bigger issue. Do you mean the fraud in Minnesota? Do you mean the fraud that's happening as a result of Iran and this war? What exactly do you mean by that? I'm just curious so I can better answer that. Perhaps I have an answer. I may not, but perhaps I have an answer about that. User goes on to say, there is a power vacuum incoming. There's a power vacuum that exists right now because of what happened in Iran. We see it happening as we speak. There is no true leadership in Iran at this moment. They don't know who's in charge of what. They don't know how to run anything yet. And that is very likely something that's going to have a massive impact going forward. User has been banned is saying, okay, so user has been banned when he says fraud is the biggest issue. Again, there is a poll on YouTube. Everyone is welcome to, while the show is live, you can go into the chat on YouTube on the No Soundbites Allowed channel. You can answer the poll. The poll has several choices, and fraud has one of them. So thank you for making that clear for me, user. I thank you for being involved in that poll. Joel says, I don't think that the Minnesota fraud is isolated. New York has plenty of fraud, very similar. Well, as I mentioned in the poll, the fraud is, we see that same style of fraud in California, in Maine, in Ohio, New York. We see it in many states. In fact, the bluer than blue, the more blue your state is, the more Democrat your state is, the more fraud is being identified, similar to the Somali fraud. We're seeing copies of that Somali fraud in the bluest of blue states, Washington, Oregon. If you're a bluer than blue state, if you have a lot of progressive leaders, then you probably have that Somali style fraud in your state, costing the state and the people billions in dollars. But that's just something that I'm observing. We don't know that for sure yet. But that's one thing to highlight. So let me move on a little bit. Again, we're still talking about the fallout that is ongoing as we speak in America and around the world. And there's fallout even for the Democrats, because as much as the Democrats are trying to say orange man bad, it isn't working. How about this from Instagram? I want you to see this. So in Instagram, there is, this is from Breaking 911, and it's a clip from the CNN interview with a woman. Her name is Moj. I cannot pronounce her last name. She is a Iranian activist in America, and she's a Democrat. She's a Democrat Iranian activist, anti-Iran activist. And she's talking on CNN about the future. I want you to hear this.
I think that it is imperative the Democratic Party wake up and get past their dislike of Donald Trump, the President Trump, and their feelings of international conflicts going on. This is about national security. This is about what is possible in the Middle East. This is about being a good neighbor, good partner to the Gulf states and what their aspirations are. This is about supporting the people of Venezuela. This is about dismembering our relationship with, or not dismembering, but resetting our relationship with China. Right now, 55% of the oil production that Iran produces goes to China despite sanctions. You want to support the people of Ukraine? You want to end that war? You have to. There is no getting around dismembering this Islamic Republic. It is non-negotiable. It is not a want to have, it is a have to have. And it's not just for the Iranian people. I think you have to trust the Iranian people. We know this government better than anyone else. When you dismember and decapitate this regime, you are going to see a change in the Middle East, in Venezuela, in China, in Ukraine. And I think, quite frankly, their ideology has really, it's caused a lot of problems for us worldwide. We need to take it seriously. And I think at this point, we have a tremendous opportunity. This will be like ending the Soviet Union, the Berlin Wall. This is a transformational moment for humankind, for security. And as an American, this is in our interest to complete it. So I am a Democrat. I have been a huge Democrat. I am incredibly disappointed with my party. I do not see myself in them in this moment.
That says a lot, doesn't it? And this is on CNN. And I'm sure the CNN staff, the leadership of CNN, didn't expect her to say any of that. They expected more orange man bad. Trump is out on overreaching his power and he's just an evil dictator. They didn't get that. Donald Trump has exemplified a plan. He is presented to the world on many of the issues that he is dealing with a plan that doesn't involve the next election, which is all that Democrats see. The left-leaning media only are looking as far as the next election. They're not looking at what are the full consequences. What is the long-term impact in reducing the amount of terror in the world, the global sponsor of terror in the world? What does that mean? More stability for every single nation on the planet. It means less oil going to China to fund their aggressions against Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, and Taiwan. That's a wonderful thing. There's a whole bunch of people terrified right now and our allies in Southeast Asia that are terrified that China is ramping up to have a war, or at least a limited scale war, to try and at least take over Taiwan. We are terrified of that. Many people in Southeast Asia are afraid of that. And if Iran is no longer selling oil to China because the regime, the Ayatollah, doesn't exist anymore, that brings more peace to Southeast Asia. Oh, we forgot, Iran is building and selling drones and missiles to Russia. They'll be used in the Ukraine. If the Ayatollah isn't there and they're not able to allocate those funds and to develop more missiles, because under the Obama nuclear deal gave Iran the opportunity to build more missiles, gave them the funding to build more missiles. Well, if you take that away, then that's less missiles and less drones that Russia can use against the Ukraine, which is something that Europe has been begging for us to help them with. This is good for the Ukrainians. It's good for Europe. So that's the longer term, which is not being talked about by CNN. It took a Iranian Democrat or Iranian American woman to go on CNN and let them remind them, She's a Democrat, and she sees the long-term benefit to the world by Donald Trump doing what the world has wanted someone to do. And CNN doesn't know what to do with that. They don't know what to say. Because all they can say is, Orange Man bad, vote Democrat in 2026. That's what they're geared up for. That's what they are trained to do. That's what they understand. They didn't even think about the wider impact to how many countries did I just mention? China, Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, Taiwan, Russia, Russia and Ukraine. That's just 7 nations being affected positively by this one thing that Donald Trump has done. She saw it. The people in Iran are dancing. They see it. CNN didn't. CNN didn't want you to understand it. Now, again, if you disagree with me, I am more than happy to hear your voice. Please tell me why I am misunderstanding. What did I get wrong? I'm happy to hear that. But I am seeing individuals from around the world that are seeing the same long-term impact that I am discussing with you right now. I think that's very important. Let's see here. We got a couple more comments. Hang on, let's see the other comments. So we've got a comment from Gracie. Gracie's with us. And she says, the question is, how much of this plan will be ruined if the Democrats get back those seats? What happens if the Democrats get power and Donald Trump becomes a overnight lame duck president in November 2026? I think that's the question you're asking. And I think this is why we're seeing Donald Trump, why he has been trying to do so much in 2025 and why he's doing so much right now. The risk is increasing that he may get cut off, that his power will be limited. And to prevent that from happening, he's trying to do everything right now. Now, that's not perfect. That's not a great plan, because since he's trying to do everything in his agenda, not everything gets done well. We'll look at the e-files. They're not being done as well as they could be. Mind you, Democrats weren't going to do it at all. The Democrats buried this, and they want to take credit for blaming Donald Trump for doing something they refused to do for 4 years. Donald Trump promised to get them out. He's getting the files out. Names are being revealed, and amazingly, most of them are Democrats. And Democrats are reeling because they're like, oh my God, we didn't know Democrats were mostly the only ones who were involved, but that's another thing altogether. But Donald Trump isn't as effective in getting that out and having that narrative talked about, because he's also trying to deal with Iran. He's trying to work out a peace deal with Ukraine and Russia. He's trying to hold China at bay. He's trying to even out the economy for the future of America for the next 10 years in both tariffs that he's trying to install and to reduce. And also, he's trying to get the rare earth metals that we need to maintain the quality of life that we have right now and that we're going to need in the future, especially with AI. He's trying to do all of that at once, and he's not doing it all perfectly. And as you can hear, my dog is very excited about that. He agrees with me. That's my dog, Khan, by the way. Sorry. It's all right. Soon. Give me a little bit of time, Khan. We're going to go soon. So this is important. This is important. So you can see it isn't a perfect system. Let me answer this question. User has been banned says it's almost like Trump's moves are to cut off energy to his enemies. Yes, that is one aspect of this, and it does help. Why Iran? Not only all the other things. Look forward. Again, China gets less oil. They have less energy. They're less capable or less willing, perhaps, to go and engage in a fleet battle with Japan and South Korea and Taiwan and the Philippines. They need a lot more oil to run those warships, those naval vessels across the seas, the China Sea, the Red Sea. They need more fuel to be able to do that. If they have the less fuel, they can engage those other countries less often. It's not like here in America. So that is an aspect of this. Again, I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying it's great. I'm not telling you it's the perfect system, but I'm telling you there's more to this. There are far more aspects to this than what the news media is telling you right now. And you have to look at the full picture. We have to look at this in context and look towards the future. It's not just Donald Trump has a big ego. That's just not, if you're thinking that way, America will be damaged because of it. Let's see. There's also a comment here from Joel says, I'm surprised they even aired the celebration footage over the Iranian strikes. Well, that's why I showed you that you're seeing it in Australia. You're seeing the coverage in England. You're seeing the coverage in Germany. You're seeing the coverage internationally. There are very, very few news outlets, local or national, that are showing the celebration of Iranians in the United States. They're not telling people this. They're not showing people what's happening around the world or in America. They're hiding that. They're telling you about the protests that are pro-Iran, pro-Ayatollah. They're showing you the protests that are anti-Israel and Orange Man bad. They're telling you about that. They're not showing you that the rest of the world is happy. That's because they're trying to manage the 2026 midterm election. This isn't about the election. Donald Trump didn't do this. You know, the very first thing that I thought of when I heard the news that Donald Trump started a war with Iran. Not invaded. We haven't had, still to this day, we have not put any boots on the ground in Iran. This is the opportunity. The boots on the ground must be Iranian boots taking over their government. He's creating the environment. He's taking out the military. He's taking out the people who would kill and have killed thousands, if not tens of thousands, of the Iranian citizens for daring to speak up and have a complaint. He's taking out those forces, allowing the people of Iran the chance to take over their own government. Fine. But I woke up on Saturday, and the first thing I thought is, so Donald Trump had a huge victory coming out of the State of the Union. He got a bump in his presidential approval. People could see what he was trying to do. This is a good thing. Why would he go after Iran? That's a negative. That goes backwards. That gives up everything that he gained from the State of the Union and more. And since that day, I have been thinking about this over and over, going through all of the aspects. And I can tell you, the thing that makes the most sense to me is that he isn't looking at the next election. If I were advising him as a political analyst on his team, on Trump, Team Trump, and I'm trying to look at the elections, or I'm working with the GOP, I'm saying, oh, no, we had a great boost coming out of the State of the Union. Coast on that. Don't do anything. No big moves. And we can build that up for the 2026 midterm elections. But Trump didn't do that. So he must value what is happening in Iran, what he is looking to do and achieve from what's happening with Iran that has nothing to do with politics. Because politically, the best thing he could have done is nothing at this time. He could have coasted and built up the goodwill that he got from the State of the Union. He took a hit politically and internationally. He took a hit for doing the right thing and getting rid of the Ayatollah and trying to give the Iranian people a chance to have freedom. He took a hit. He undercut that big Republican win, that wave that was being formed. If it were the Democrats, because they only think of the next election, they never would have done anything, which they did not do under Biden-Harris and under Obama. They took zero actions. Why? because it wasn't politically advantageous to their next election. This doesn't help them win the next race. Donald Trump isn't looking at the election. He isn't looking at winning the next election. He's looking at, apparently, making America better. He wants to make America great again. Gee, where have we heard that from? And that's the only way to understand that is if you understand he's not doing what's politically expedient, because what he did is the exact opposite of politically expedient. But it is expedient and beneficial to America as a nation over the next 10 years, over the next 20 years. Same thing with the tariffs. It wasn't politically expedient. He got beat up on that. But it is long-term beneficial to the self-sufficiency of the United States. There is a plan. It's just not the popular plan, which is get through the next election. It's not kick the can down the road and let someone else figure it out. It's I'm picking up the can and I'm trying to fix this thing. Now, a lot of people have never thought of it the way I've just discussed this. I mean, that's what we do on this channel. A lot of the things we talk about are things that you have never thought of because the mainstream media doesn't want you to think. They want you to comply. They will tell you how to feel. They will tell you what you're supposed to think, and they hope that they're going to control how you vote. I want you to think. You may not agree with me, but why? Because I've laid out a very clear pattern based on evidence of what has factually happened, what is factually happening, and I'm giving you the analysis and the prediction. Now, I'm not saying I'm a genius. Well, I am a genius. I'm not saying that I'm perfect. And I'm not telling you that I'm perfect on this, that I have the perfect decision or the perfect conclusion. I will tell you that I tend to be 80% right, not necessarily on time. I tend to be correct on the details, on the essence, on the substance, not time, not this person or that person. Those things I get wrong. I don't care. Those are fluff. I get the substance correct 80% of the time. And I'm telling you, in looking at this analysis and everything I'm going over, it's a bumpy road. There's lots of problems. There are some risks in there. But this works out better for America and the world. And I think most of the world recognizes that. That's why the UN isn't that upset. Oh, yeah. United States, we did this. They don't care. Because Iran was a bigger threat to the world than Donald Trump is. And Donald Trump is doing the one thing everyone else wanted to do, but they were too afraid to do. Or they were incapable of having the ability to do it. So, we're going to take a break in a short moment, but before I do that, matter of fact, I didn't even set up my commercial for all right, great. Let's see here. We got Kinsugi says, for those who oppose intervention at all, do you think war involving us would be inevitable anyway, just delayed and maybe? We were always going to go to war with Iran because Iran wanted war. Again, for 47 years, every day they said, their leadership said, death to America. It's very clear. It's very explicit. And unlike a lot of people who say, well, they didn't mean that. Yes, they do. If you say something, I guarantee you, if you say anything to yourself for 47 years, every single day, you will believe it. Whether it's self-hypnosis or anything else, it is a reality. They've said this every day for 47 years. I take them at their word. It was a matter of time. How were they going to fight America? Not conventional. They weren't going to send over a bomber. They're not going to try and invade American soil. They'll send over terrorists to blow up our buildings, to blow up our schools, to attack us when we are vulnerable and afraid and alone. That's how they fight us. So, yes, you can say you don't want to be interventionist. You don't have a choice because Iran didn't give us a choice. They never intended us to have a choice. They were always going to fight the war. You may not want to fight the war. They planned on it. It's just Their plan was far longer term, and it's a matter of pebbles. If you throw enough pebbles, you'll break anything if you just keep at it long enough. And that's what they were doing. We've been under attack for 47 years. People don't think of it that way, but that is what it was. Kintsugi also goes on to say, or maybe I mean, what would you say to them? Well, that's kind of what I'm saying. Yeah, I took them, and she goes on, I take them at their word too. Yeah, I take them completely at their word. This is what they intended. This is what they wanted. All right. Bear with me, folks. I'm going to take a quick break because my dog wants to go out and he wants to walk. And for those who are unfamiliar with the program, I have my puppy. His name, or at least I call him my puppy. He's 15 years old. His name is Khan. He's a 22-pound warrior. I love him. He's my dog. He's my favorite thing. And he needs to walk because he's 15 years old. Here he comes. Here he comes. Hey, come on. Oh. Hi, Khan. Hi. Hey, Khan. Say hi to everyone. I know. Say hi. Hi. Okay. You're going to go? Okay. We're going to go. All right. So that was my dog. That's Khan. His full name is Genghis Khan. He likes to show up every so often in the show, usually to tell me that he wants me to take him outside, which is what he's saying right now. So I'm getting, what I will do is I will play a video, which I did not prepare ahead of time because I'm stupid sometimes. It happens. And I'm going to play a video. Bear with me. So when we're gone, you can go and take a cigarette break and get something to eat. You can walk around, walk your dog, whatever it takes. And then we'll come back and we'll finish the show. I believe I'm going to do no, not the Sunday. Bear with me, folks. Bear with me. I was so busy reading all the news today about what's going on in the world, I forgot to actually pay attention to doing the show because that's what I should have been preparing. All right. Here it is. This is the Cuban crisis. So what I will do is I'm going to play. Oh, come on. There we go. All right. I'm getting this. See, this is what happens when you do it live. When you don't have an entire team, when it's just me, and I'm trying to figure this out on my own. Okay, so we are going to do, there we go, boom, boom. And here it is. There. Some people may not have heard that I was doing this, that I did this show. I will play this and then we will be back. Let's see, it's 4:15. You're going early today. Okay, he's early today. A little bit early. So we'll be back at 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock, I will be back on and we will finish up. We'll talk a little bit about what's going on with Cuba, the update to the update on Cuba. We'll talk about what's going on with Don Lemon. We'll talk a little bit about everything else that is happening outside of the war. And I look forward to seeing all of your comments about all of this stuff while we've been going on. Okay. So let me play this for you guys and I will be back shortly.
No soundbites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Bass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Bass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon, here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. Today is February 26th. It is currently 1:02 p.m. in the afternoon. I'm happy to have you all here with us as we're talking about the continuing to develop story about Cuba and an attack against apparently American citizens, 10 American citizens. This is a story that potentially could be the precursor that could lead America into a war with Cuba. And that is something that should be taken seriously. It is a serious potential here. This is a very unusual story, and it's developing, and the story is changing dramatically from what we had yesterday as being reported by the Cuban government and what is being reported today by the Cuban government. Very different story, very different circumstances, and virtually no country around the world actually trusts what Cuba has said so far. And the reactions by various countries, like in Cuba, like in the Kremlin, from Russia, and from the United States, very, very different. And the American news media versus the international news media, very different information is being provided to the American people to understand what's going on in this situation and what are the consequences of it at this time. So we're going to try and clarify some of that. We also look forward to hearing your comments. You can reach us on Facebook, on YouTube, on Rumble, on X, to tell us what you think, any breaking news you're aware of, insight from Cuban Americans. I'd love to hear from them about this issue. We're going to try and address this so you have a more full understanding, because if you're just going by CNN or MSNBC or the American news media, you're not getting the full story, and it's out of context. So let's try and get it into context. Now, what I'm going to do is we're going to start on the history, going to step backwards in time a little bit so we have a better understanding of what the hell is happening here, because I think it is important. Give me 1 second. Just want to say, so I just wanted to put, to let everyone know, as you can see in the comments, or you should be able to see in the comments. Boom, there we go. We just want to let you know your comments, your thoughts are important. And we do want to hear. This is a feedback. This is a conversation between me and you about the news that is out there. So please feel free, whether you agree or you disagree with any aspect of what we are speaking about, let me know. We do want to hear and address your concerns on all of this. So with that said, let me go and let's understand what's going on with Cuba. Now, Cuba, going back to 2023, and going all the way back to 1959, The Cuban government is a communist government. It is a dictatorship run by the Castro family. We had Fidel Castro, who led the revolution, taking Cuba from a capitalist independent nation into a communist nation subordinate to the then Soviet Union. And when the Soviet Union fell, it depended on other socialist and communist nations to keep itself afloat. Essentially, when the Communist Party, when Cuba became communist, the nation, in terms of technology, in terms of its international commerce, its economy, froze at 1959, roughly. There has been no serious advancement beyond that since that time. If we look at this, it was an international prosperity index from the Legatum Prosperity Index. That's 2023. This is the most recent that I could find. Cuba was ranked at 104 out of 167 nations around the world, essentially putting Cuba in third world nation status, very much in the bottom third of nations in the world in terms of prosperity. And the people have suffered as such. The reason why they're 104th out of 167 countries, I think, is highlighted by the fact that the personal freedoms of Cuban people is ranked at 155 out of 167 countries. I say that again. Their personal freedoms, independence of each individual Cuban, is 155th out of 167 countries in the world. That is abysmal. That is abysmal, and that's one of the reasons we would imagine why we see for decades now, for half a century, we have seen that Cubans have been seeking asylum and refugee status in the United States, actually jumping into the ocean with handmade boats and rafts. Literally, we have seen for decades individuals that put together a tub, make it watertight or as watertight as they can, strap a couple of tires onto it, and they take 3 or 4 people and try to row from Cuba to Miami or to Florida to seek asylum in the United States. That's how desperate these people are to get out of the Cuban government, out of Cuba under communism, under the dictatorship of the Castro regime. That's pretty desperate. But what else can we say about Cuba? Security, safety for the Cuban people is 103 out of 167 countries in the world. That's absolutely horrendous. Something that's also very important, and I had it here just a moment ago. The business opportunities in Cuba are 159th out of 167 countries in the world. Again, this is in 2023, when Cuba was still being supported by the communist dictatorship of Venezuela, and they were allowing Cuba to exist. So since the fall of Venezuela this year, these numbers and these situations have gotten only worse. I decided for this review to give you an understanding of the difficulties in Cuba that would be leading to this. This is how we got to this situation. If you see the innermost ring here, this is the blue ring that I'm showing you, that is Cuba's standing in comparison to other nations in the world. And the other nations that we're using as comparison are the United States and also Spain. Now, this is Cuba's standing, and they are significantly worse off than any other nation, as you can see. And you can go, and links to everything I'm going to be going over with you will be available in the description after the live stream so that you can see it for yourself and come to your own conclusion, no matter what I'm speaking about here today, but you will be better informed. But this is part of the reason why we see Cuba is so devastated. The green ring that I'm highlighting right now, this is the United States, based on the same exact factors by this study As you can see, the United States is significantly better off for individuals and the nation as a whole. And then we have Spain, which is, again, significantly better off than Cuba, and in some areas a little bit better than the United States, a little bit, but not completely. One of the biggest things is this is the Cuban, we're looking at Cuba's, there it is. This is personal freedom. And you can see that they're ranked here at about 31. The United States is approximately, that's 78, with Spain and their personal freedom being 83. So it is a huge, enormous difference. The United States being a first world nation, Spain being a second world nation, and Cuba is very firmly a third world nation. So you can see the difference and why people have been consistently trying to leave Cuba. And it also tells you why Cuba is so absolutely dependent on other nations, especially those that are socialist and or communist, to keep it afloat. It cannot survive on its own. Its people do not have independence. This is another example of the failure of communism and socialism. Now, the people of Cuba, though, love their nation. We're now into the third, depending on how you want to count, we are in the third or fourth generation of individuals who were Cuban nationals that became American citizens. Their children are American citizens. And one of the examples being Marco Rubio. His family is from Cuba. They were refugees escaping the communist socialism, the loss of personal freedom and economic opportunity. They went to Florida, and Marco Rubio is one of the success stories, a U.S.-born citizen. He is one of the success stories there. Ted Cruz is yet another example of Cuban Americans and the generations, their children, becoming American citizens, having integrated into America and moving forward. I think this is important because Cuba, the relationship between Cuban Americans and the United States is very close at heart. The Cuban people were sympathized. America had a large amount of empathy in the 1950s, 1960s with these refugees that were forced to leave their home, like Desi Arnaz. Many people know him from I Love Lucy. He at one point owned CBS, the television show. He was the one responsible, him and Lucille Ball were responsible for creating things like Star Trek. So they were accepted into America, even though at the time there was much more racism in the world and in the United States. But yet America accepted the Cubans, accepted their situation, and the Cubans integrated into America, into our entertainment, our business, our politics, and they assimilated, and they're considered like Puerto Ricans or many, many other Americans whose ancestry may be in other countries or other parts of the world. They're Americans wholly. And so when the Cuban Americans are being attacked, America is being attacked. And that is critical to this story. We understand why they left. We understand that they became part of America, and in many cases, essential parts of our government, our entertainment, our business. They have been assimilated 100%, but yet they still have a desire for their homeland, and they are deeply attached to that. This is important to understand in context. So let's take a little bit of a different look. Cuba is a failed nation. So I showed you the prosperity index. Now we're looking at the GDP. And this is really not impressive. Currently, Cuba has a GDP of $107 billion. To put that into perspective, the budget for New York City, not New York State, the budget for New York City under the Mandami communist regime is $127 billion. So the entire nation of Cuba has a GDP lower than the budget, the 1-year budget for New York City. That is a failed economy in Cuba. That is ridiculous. Now, mind you, yes, New York City is a very large city. It's got 8.5 million people, but Cuba has a population far in excess of that. Matter of fact, I forgot to double check. Let me get you the most up-to-date answer. Cuba has a population in 2026 of approximately 11 million people. So we have 11 million people in Cuba versus 8.5 million people in New York City. New York City has a larger budget than Cuba has a GDP. And that is primarily because Cuba is a communist socialist nation. Obviously, the fact that Cuba is a communist nation, the fact that the Bay of Pigs, and I'll talk about that in just a moment, failed because of the Cuban Missile Crisis, because of the connection between Russia and Cuba and the threat against the United States. There is no love lost between the American government and the Cuban government, nor the Cuban Americans and the Cuban government, the communist government that exists at this time. So going forward from that, let's take a look. And again, part of the reason why America is so adamant about Cuba and why this has been such a prevalent story, Cuba is incredibly close to the United States. We're talking about 100 miles distance between Cuba and Miami, Florida, the southern reaches of the United States. They are an existential threat at times to the United States. One of the examples of that is in 1961, when there was something called the Bay of Pigs. A lot of viewers may be too young to have heard about this or know about it. This was an attempt it was poorly done. It was an idea by the CIA, along with many Cuban nationals, to try and retake their homeland from the communist regime of the Castro administration. And so 1,500 Cubans and also some military personnel from the United States decided to try and invade Cuba, and that failed, mostly because the JFK administration did not provide the proper amount of air and naval support that the CIA had indicated would be necessary to take over the island. Now, this made Cuba and the communist regime very, very paranoid that the United States would again at any point try to invade and take over the nation again. That paranoia has continued to this day. And that is one of the existential threats of the Cuban Communist government since the time of the takeover by the Castro administration, that dictatorship. They have always, number one fear is that America will come in and free the nation, turning Cuba into either a commonwealth like Puerto Rico or to integrate Cuba into the United States and making a state. These are both ideas very strongly approved of by many Cuban Americans, although some of them want to go back to Cuba and make it an independent nation, just not a commonwealth, not a state of the United States, but just bring it back to its capitalist capabilities and rebuild that nation. So that's the status of it. And so this is why there's such a long history here and why tensions have always been high with Cuba and remain insanely high at this time. It goes back to the Bay of Pigs. And then just about 2 years after that, I believe it was 2 years, maybe 1 year, in 1962, we saw that the Brezhnev, the Soviet Union, a communist nation, decided to try and import and build nuclear missiles in Cuba, just off the coast of America, which at that time, and even to this day, would have meant that missiles may have been able to be fired from Cuba to anywhere on the continental United States, and the United States would not have enough time to respond. Those would be short-range missiles. They would be flying too fast, too short, not enough time to respond to any nuclear missiles fired from Cuba. It was an existential threat to the United States. Again, that plus the Bay of Pigs increased the paranoia both of Cuba and the United States about their existence and their closeness to the United States. It was also a political smack in the face against the United States, our Monroe Doctrine, our belief that the Western Hemisphere was something that was dominated by the United States and protected by the United States under a more democratic and capitalist ideology. And here is Cuba, which represents the communist ideology in that same Western Hemisphere. It was a political smack in the face. It was an embarrassment to the United States, but it was also a threat to the United States, and therefore the United States was a threat to Cuba. I think this helps us to understand where we stand today in 2026 and what is the relationship between Cuba, Cuban Americans, America, and capitalism versus communism. That whole aspect is absolutely in every single interaction that involves Cuba and the United States. I don't think a lot of people are aware of that anymore because, well, many people weren't born to be aware of this. I am old enough to be aware of many of these situations as they have played out in the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, and our interactions, as well as the refugees coming from Cuba in waves at times into Miami and into America, and adding that Latin population into the United States. I want to also look at a study as noted by the Miami Herald. This is from 2016. And it again emphasizes that the Cuban economy, communism, failed utterly and absolutely has failed. That the Cuban people barely make any money. Now, this is again in 2016 dollars. But according to this study, actually, there were two studies involved here. One is from a Rose Marketing, which was a offshoot of the Russian government, and another from, what was this? The second one was from Boston Consulting Group, which I'll deal with in a second. And the Rose Marketing, which is part of in the Soviet Union, they found that the average Cuban, the government of Cuba said the average Cuban was making $25 a month. $25 a month. In America, you make over $200, $300. If you're on minimum wage, you're making over $200, $300, $400 at a week. That's a weekly income. So to say that Cubans were making $25 a month is insane. Now, what was found is those were the numbers being recorded or promoted by the Cuban Communist government, the dictatorship of the Castro administration. But what the study found that on average, the Cuban people were making a little bit more than that. They were, the mid-range of that was about $50. So they're doing much better than the Cuban government would admit. But the reality is $50 a month versus even impoverished people in the United States were making at least $250 a week. It's extraordinary. We're talking about $1,000 American every month for the poor of America versus $50 a month. So you're talking about $600 a year for the Cuban people. They are desperate. And in that, additional studies from the Boston Consulting Group found that the median household in Cuba was actually closer to $300 to $400 a year. $300 to $400 a year. This is the weekly income of an impoverished family or individual in America in 1 week. That's devastating. So the reason why I bring that up is it exemplifies that Cuba is a nation that has been desperate for decades. It has oppressed its people for decades. It has, as we often see, communism, when instituted, freezes a nation at that moment in time. That nation is stuck in that decade and does not advance. They don't advance economically. They don't advance technologically. Their people suffer and have a lower quality of life than any comparable nation around the world. Even third world nations advance more than nations that are stuck in socialism and communism. Now, that means that the relationship, international relationship between America and Cuba is very antagonistic. Cuba is jealous and angry about the United States, about the success that even the poor in the United States have. It makes the unrest in the nation always simmering just below revolution in Cuba, because they know that anywhere else in the world, virtually anywhere else in the world, they would be able to have a higher quality of life. They would be able to have more goods and services. They would have more opportunities, and their children would have more opportunities, except they are in a communist dictatorship, and therefore they cannot advance. It is also an example of Cuba cannot survive on its own. It must have a sponsor. Just like we heard from Margaret Thatcher, socialism is wonderful as long as the other guy has money. As long as you're using other people's money, socialism is fantastic. And the moment that that money dries up, it fails utterly and completely. We are seeing that now. Under the Soviet Union, they were paying a huge portion of the GDP for Cuba and supporting that nation to make it viable. Once the Soviet Union failed, Venezuela and other communist-leaning, socialist-leaning nations were supporting the Cuban people, and also some help from Mexico, which is cartel-driven. But still, Mexico was also part of the support for Cuba to keep them afloat, and again, well below poverty standards here in the United States. There was a lot of resentment for that. There was a lot of animosity. And the Cuban government and many progressives in the United States blamed the United States for the failure of the Cuban government, the failure of socialism. America is not really responsible for all that. It's just that socialism doesn't work. The dictatorship was not a positive aspect of Cuban government. That being said, that's the reality we know of. Bringing it more towards the current day, to 2026, let's understand that. So that's the history that brings us to where we are today. In January, the United States took over, the dictator Maduro out of leadership, out of Venezuela. He's now in the jail. He's awaiting a trial based on his crimes that are recognized by 60 nations around the world. The United States is working with the interim Venezuelan government, as we know, and has been well televised and covered, that we are working with the Venezuelan government to redevelop their nation, to rebuild the infrastructure so that the Venezuelan people will be able to move out of the stagnation of socialism and dictatorship and become a viable nation once again. Venezuela, formerly before socialism, being one of the jewels of South America, one of the richest nations in the world, and after socialism, completely decrepit and broken, and now we are reinvigorating that. But in part, the United States also ended the subsidy and the support of Cuba, which violated several sanctions. The Venezuelan people were sending money, sending oil to Cuba, most of that being sold by Cuba in the general marketplace. They didn't actually receive the oil. They just sold it so that they would be able to have income an economy to keep the nation afloat. So throughout that entire time frame, since 1959 to today, Cuba, as I have shown you, has been plagued with problems and energy shortages, humanitarian need, starvation of its people. This is not new. This is not a fault of the United States. This has been the status quo for Cuba for decades, for over half a century, almost 3/4 of a century at this point. So the United States, on its part, and we should identify that, because of our actions, well, first of all, the United States has always maintained at least one aircraft carrier in the Caribbean Sea to protect Puerto Rico, the United States, and its international influence on Central and Southern America. At the moment, we know that there is one, I believe it is the, oh God, I forget the aircraft carrier. Not the Lincoln. There is an aircraft carrier group in the Caribbean, south of Cuba at this time, or expected to be about south of Africa, over by the Virgin Islands, the island of Nieves at this moment. It's a complete U.S. aircraft carrier group that exists out there right now. Their purpose was in part to put pressure on the former Maduro Venezuelan regime and to also protect U.S. assets and interests and to reduce the amount of drugs, fentanyl, cocaine, and other drugs entering America through drug smuggling and cartels, which has been very effective. As we just heard from this week, 2 days ago, from the State of the Union, we know that fentanyl deaths have reduced by tens of thousands. There has been a positive impact in Donald Trump destroying various gunboats, using the U.S. military to destroy gunboats, drug smuggling boats, cigar boats, entering into U.S. waters and distributing drugs into America, as well as slavery through human smuggling or human trafficking, as they sometimes like to call it. So that's one of the pressures there. I also want to bring up that in the month of February, after we saw Maduro captured by U.S. Delta forces and U.S. working in Venezuela without having dropped troops, we did not invade Venezuela. Then we've had hundreds of Army, Navy, and Marine troops that were surged into Guantanamo Bay. Now, Guantanamo Bay is a U.S. base in Cuba. It is the property of the United States. It is the sovereign territory of the United States on Cuba, an independent island. So that's very important. It's like an embassy. It is the property of the United States, even though it is found in a foreign country. It is segregated completely from the Cuban regime and the Cuban people. It is a high tension area. That is one of the most difficult bases to work at if you're in the military, especially in the Marine Corps, because you are always under threat from the Cuban government and its allies to be invaded and attacked. So it's a very difficult spot. But it's also where we hold many of the international terrorists that have attacked Americans across the world, and they are held at Guantanamo Bay, because to put them on U.S. soil proper would have certain legal ramifications. And we are also storing some of the illegal aliens that entered the United States. About 30,000 of them are expected to be held at Guantanamo Bay in the process of deporting them to either their home countries or other countries that are willing to accept them, like El Salvador and also the Sudan. Send them away. It doesn't matter. There are illegal aliens. They don't belong in America. Send them to wherever they need to go. I don't care. That's the opinion of this channel. You may disagree with that. But they are being, in the process of being deported. The way station for that has been or is going to be the Guantanamo Bay for the near term. There are over 900 Marines and other troops in Guantanamo Bay at this moment. That is an increase of about 300%. This is according to Military Times. This is as of February 13th. That is on top of the aircraft carrier in the region in this over by the Virgin Islands at this time. I say that because Cuba is highly aware that if the United States wants, and this is something to the progressive ideology that, well, Trump is being authoritarian. He wants to take over Cuba. He wants to invade that. Every American president for the last 60 years has had the opportunity to invade Cuba through Guantanamo Bay at any point in time that we want to. It is child's play. The aircraft carrier could easily already has the ability in being in the Caribbean Sea to provide air cover for any kind of invasion if the United States wanted, or any attack against the Cuban government if we wanted. We have 900 Marines there. We could easily, within a matter of 3 hours, deploy troops from the Air Force or from the Navy into Guantanamo Bay, and from that point to enter into Cuba proper if the United States wanted to do so. At any moment, any president has had the opportunity to do that, not just Donald Trump. And yet the United States has never done that. And 900 Marines, while being an impressive number of Marines and an effective fighting force, is not enough to invade a country. That's just not possible. 900 Marines are tough. They could take over a lot of land. They're not going to take over the entire country of Cuba. So we can see, while there is an increase, that is not significant enough to cause Cuba, or should not be significant enough to cause Cuba to think the United States is trying to invade. While there is an aircraft carrier in the region, as is normal, the fact that that aircraft carrier has been focused on illegal drug actions by cartels and the former Maduro government does not mean that the United States had any kind of aggressive intentions against Cuba. This is not outside the norm. Why is this important to understand? What is the mindset of the Cuban government at this time? What does Cuba and its communist dictatorship think the U.S. is going to do? Now, yes, the Trump administration has said that the United States would prefer if Cuba wasn't communist and not under a dictatorship. That's true. And we would love to see democracy flourish around the world, especially in our closest neighbors, which would include Cuba. Yes, we have a Secretary of State in Marco Rubio, who is a descendant of Cuban nationals, who is an American citizen, but a direct descendant of Cuban nationals, who does not like the Cuban communist dictatorship. And he would love to see them fold and the nation to be brought to independence or to join the United States. That's true. But that doesn't mean we're doing that. The left would like you to believe that and would like to blame the ongoing consistent problems in Cuba on the Trump administration because Orange Man bad. That is always their feeling. Everything is, of course, connected to Donald Trump. But that's not the reality. Nor is it real that the United States has increased the pressure. All we have done is maintained the same status. Now, some would say, well, Mike, under the movement under the taking over of Venezuela, the new government in Venezuela, the United States cut off the oil support, and the export of oil from Venezuela to Cuba. Well, that was violating an international sanction that the United States had against Venezuela and also against Cuba. That was never supposed to be happening in the first place. But the dictatorship of Maduro, which was a violent and terrible regime, leaving the Venezuelan people eating out of garbage cans and killing zoo animals, very extreme situation. Obviously, the dictator Maduro didn't care about those sanctions and was illegally exporting oil and supporting the Cuban government. Well, the United States ended that because the sanctions must have some support. If we do not support our sanctions, if we do not maintain them, then they are just merely words and useless. So Cuba is upset about that, but that doesn't mean that we are intending to destroy Cuba. That is just a consequence of what we have already said, policy that already existed, and we're just enforcing that, much like the United States is enforcing immigration law across the nation per the 2024 election, where 77 million people said, yes, we want mass deportations because that's what the Constitution says, that's what the law says, and yes, America should be for Americans first and not everybody who just walks across our border. Open borders is not a reality, nor is it a benefit. So in that same mindset, we have to follow the law, and part of those laws are the sanctions. So I'm trying to give you the correct understanding of the background of what got us to today. You may not like that. Some people will be upset about that, but these are the realities that bring us to this Cuban crisis. And part of that is we even have our allies, like in Canada, who are working against the United States to support Cuba, because Canada, under Trudeau and now under Prime Minister Carney, is very left-centric. They are very much a socialist-leaning nation, even though they're our northern border and allies to the United States. They have been distancing themselves under Trudeau and under Carney from the United States because they have TDS. They have Trump Derangement Syndrome, and that's their own problem. But their own people do not agree with that entirely. And this is Jamil.
What more could we be doing for our own people?
I want to show you what he had to say here. Mr. Jamil Jivani, I think that's how his last name is pronounced, is a Canadian member of parliament for the Bougainville, Oshawa North. Okay, so he is a member of government, and he recently had to speak about this, and he said, and I want to show you this clearly.
What more could we be doing for our own people? And it is my belief that that is what all politicians should do. It is my belief that's what the media should do also. Unfortunately, that's not the case. So let's take a practical example. The government of Canada announced they were going to accelerate $8 million in addition to other supports to the government of Cuba as a response to Cuba's so-called crisis of what's going on right now. And I say so-called because it's a communist government. I don't know what to believe what they say is going on over there. Forgive me, I don't trust communists that much. You know, I'm weird like that. So they say, the government of Canada does, the Mark Carney government, his foreign affairs minister, Anita Anand, that they're going to accelerate $8 million in aid to Cuba. Now, while they're doing that, there are a lot of things I could think of $8 million being able to do for the Canadian people. And yet the way this is framed so that you don't think about it as a choice between money exiting our borders versus money being used to the benefit of Canadian workers and businesses is the media has framed this as a response to the United States. And I want to share with you some of the news headlines so you understand what I mean. This is from CTV. As the United States squeezes Cuba, Canada readies aid package. Global News. Cuba's ambassador says the United States is suffocating people. Associated Press. Canada prepares aid package for Cuba as it faces fuel shortages worsened by U.S. oil embargo.
No soundbites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vast roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. dragon with his truthful flight fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Bass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Through the screen he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for being here with us. I want to thank you, each and every one. This is No Sound Bites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in the offices in the Bronx, and it is March 2nd, currently 5:01 p.m. We are right on time. I made it back. Almost didn't. Actually got stopped and went into a conversation with a couple of gentlemen talking about how important it is for more people to be involved in their local politics, to be involved in the issues that matter to them, and how frustrating it can be at times when people are more, they know more about the stats in the Winter Olympics than they do about what's happening in their local community. I understand and I feel I share their feelings on that, how it can be very difficult. But that's why I was a little bit delayed. Hopefully they'll check out my good friend Larry Sharp, who's running for governor. We were talking a little bit about that as well. Of course, that delayed me, and I just literally walked back into the house, fed my dog, and sat down at the desk. But in the meantime, I got a super chat that came from Phil Vecchio. Hello, Phil. And Phil gave us $2 for the free Cuba, con suerte lo compás, for the freedom and peace of Cuba. And thank you for that, Phil. I really appreciate that. It does make a difference. And by the way, if those of you who are on YouTube, you may have noticed that we had a goal for the show, which is 10 super chats, trying to raise $100. And if we were able to raise $100, then we were going to try and we were going to give a donation of $25 to the Jericho Project, which is a local organization that helps people who are homeless and homeless veterans to be able to restart their lives, to stop being homeless, to help them out. This is not a government program. It is individuals, and I have supported them for a couple of years now, and we raise money from time to time. In fact, beginning of this year, we were raising money because we did not trust Zoran Mandami. I thought Zoran Mandami was going to be a danger to the homeless. I was right. I wish I wasn't. 18 people died. Actually, the number was updated. In January alone, 19 people who were homeless died because of the policies of Zoran Mandami. And I wish that wasn't the case. I mean, he proved my point. In November, December, we were raising money with your help, and we did send out some money on January 2nd to help the homeless in New York, and they needed it. They desperately needed it because obviously Zoran Mandami was more of a failure. He was more inept than I could have possibly imagined. Hopefully, the money we were all able to pull together and to donate helped save at least one or two people. Maybe Zoran would have been 20 or 21, maybe 25 people if it were not for your donations in December and in November and December that we put together with my money, and we were able to donate I'd like to think we help save some lives, and I will continue from time to time throughout this year, always, to raise money for the Jericho Project to help even more homeless people, because I know what it is. I've been homeless twice. I understand how it feels to be out in the cold, to have nowhere to sleep except on church steps. I've been there. I've done that. And I don't want anyone else to have to live like that. And hopefully together they won't have to. So I'm probably going to donate just, I know I was going to donate $25 if we raised 100 out of 10 super chats. You know what? I'm going to donate $25 later this month. I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to donate $25 Jericho Project just because it is a good cause. But I do appreciate that Phil was helping me with that, and he gave us he raised another $2 in the super chat. Those deaths are tragic and unnecessary. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. So I'm going to donate the $25. Thank you, Phil. You're going to help me hit that goal. I'm going to make a donation for $25 to Jericho Project. And as always, when we make donations on this channel, I do them live during the live stream so that you see me take the money that you've helped me raise, my money, we put it together, and you see me actually make the donation live. I did it on January 2nd. I will do it again a little bit later this month. So what you saw during the break was me talking about Cuba. It's one of the other issues that I think is very important and is getting lost in the news today in talking about what's happening with the craziness that's happening right now with Iran, and how we are seeing the news media spin this in such a way. And I want to finish up with Iran, what's happening with our news media in the United States. Unlike a lot of the rest of the world, there is so much information that is being suppressed. Much of what we've talked about during the first half of the show is being suppressed from the American people. And they're getting something completely different that they're being told about this. And I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about here. This is, and many people may be familiar, this is an individual. His name is Asmongold. He is a very successful, very popular YouTuber. He does a lot about video games. He's a gamer, and a lot of people have seen him because of that, but he's also political. I wouldn't tell you that he's right-leaning. He's more of a centrist, in my opinion, than anything else, maybe a little bit more libertarian-leaning. He has some conservative issues. He has some liberal issues, but he's very popular, very well-known. I have, more power to him. I wish to be him one day, to have some of his audience, which is 4.3 million or 4.4 million subscribers. I'm nowhere near there. Hell, I just want to get to 5,000 this year. 5,000 subscribers this year. But anyway, he was talking about Rachel Maddow. A lot of people watch Rachel Maddow for some reason. And she was talking about what's going on with the war. Now, you've heard me for an hour, hour and a half, plus yesterday, 3 hours, talking about the war, about the consequences, the impact on other nations, not only Europe, England, America, and our allies, but also the Middle East. Well, here's a little bit of what Rachel Maddow had to say about some of this stuff.
To be an intercontinental ballistic missile.
Okay, why?
Is Iran on the precipice of having ballistic missiles that can reach the United States? Absolutely not.
How do you know that? Number one. Number two, even if it doesn't reach the United States, they could still be a dangerous for other interests in the area. This is a stupid point she's making. I don't know why you would even say this.
The United States is very far from Iran.
So it's farther away. Oh, okay.
One might even say it's a whole continent away.
Wow.
Which means a ballistic missile launched from Iran to hit us here would have to be an intercontinental ballistic missile. Does Iran
ICBM.
have ICBMs? Does Iran have intercontinental ballistic missiles? No, it does not. And
not yet. If they did, what do you think they'd do?
there is no known evidence or even serious allegation that Iran is anywhere near developing that technology anytime soon. Even Trump's Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has recently admitting that the threat is only that maybe, quote, one day Iran might have that kind of capability.
Exactly. And that's why you got to stop it right now. That way it's not even close.
Do you see the difference here? So he's picking her apart. And by the way, Rachel Maddow goes on to, I believe it's right about here. Stop that. I'm not getting paid for this. Stop.
Dead to the world.
Uh-huh.
But I mean,
yeah, he's stupid. He has no idea, right?
Suspend disbelief for a moment.
Hello?
Just suppose that the reason the United States of America has just started this war with Iran is because, as the president said today in his weird pre-recorded video message in a baseball hat and a suit jacket that the White House released at 2:30 in the morning, the president...
Well, yeah, they released it at 2:30 in the morning because that's whenever the strikes happened. Like, duh. Like this.
I love this. So he's going on. Now, Rachel Maddow, she makes $25 million a year. Oh, excuse me. She took a pay cut because it's now MS Now instead of MSNBC. So now she gets paid $20 million a year. And she still believes she's an oppressed woman somehow. I don't know. Somehow she's oppressed as a woman, but she's making $20 million a year. I don't get it. But Asmongold, and I'm just pointing this out so that you can see, Asmongold is pointing out the little things that show you what our news media are doing. And I think you can see it in these two clips. Oh, they don't have ICBMs. We don't want them to. If they had them, they'd be using them against Europe, against Israel, against the United States, if they had the capability. Because they promise death to America every day for 47 years. So you don't want them to get that capability. Although that's what the Obama administration allowed. People don't realize that the Iran nuclear deal under the Obama administration, besides funding terrorism, which John Kerry, the then Secretary of State, said on CNBC January 2016, he said, yes, the United States is funding global terrorism with the Iran nuclear deal under the Obama administration. But they also were funding missile research, missiles that have been used now in the Ukraine by Russia because Obama allowed Iran to be able to build to build missiles. But she omits all of that. And she wants to say, oh, well, it's not a big deal. We shouldn't be doing this. She goes on to say, oh, my God, look, Donald Trump is talking at 2:30 in the morning. Why would he do that? Because it wasn't 2:30 in the morning in Iran, where we were fighting, where we struck them. She forgets that there's different time zones in the world. And just because it's morning or afternoon in the United States, it's not morning or afternoon in the rest of the world. But she's laying this out like Donald Trump was trying to hide this from you. No, he was trying to inform the American people of what was happening when it was happening. And of course, he pre-recorded it. It's 2:30 in the morning. What, you wanted him to be up 24 hours a day, get no sleep whatsoever, not be able to know what our troops are doing and be able to command them as the commander in chief because he was up for 24, 48 hours as a 70-year-old man? I don't think that's the best thing for him to do. But Rachel Maddow isn't trying to be fair. She's not trying to inform the public and then make a conclusion. She's starting with her ideology first. She's pushing her ideological message. You shouldn't like Orange Man Bad. Orange Man Bad is bad. Vote Democrat. That is her message. That's her ideology. And even a guy, Asmongold, who is a YouTube gamer, is easily able to identify the problems when you stop looking at things from an ideological way. And if you just look and listen to what some of these people are saying, you will be able to clearly understand they're not trying to give you information. They're not challenging you to think about the idea and come up with a conclusion or to question a conclusion. Instead, they are trying to brainwash you. And that's what Rachel Maddow is doing there. She's brainwashing people. Oh, see, Trump didn't care. He's hiding something from you. No, he was informing you at the time of something happening. What, did you want him to wait until 8 in the morning? And then Rachel Maddow would have came out and said, oh, look, see, now it's 8 a.m. in New York, in America, but we've been at war for the last 6 hours. Why didn't you tell us? Well, Rachel, you were just complaining because he told you we were at war at 2:30 in the morning, and you said that wasn't good enough. What is it? Which one is it? The answer is she doesn't care, because it's not about the war. It's not about Iran. It's not about the potential or the complications or anything that I've been talking about for 3 hours yesterday and an hour and a half just previously. She doesn't care about any of that. She just wants you to vote Democrat. She just doesn't like Trump. She has TDS, and that's all there is to it. And that's kind of sad. And she's being called out by one of the most popular YouTubers in the world. And even he is able to pick her apart. And this is a great clip. There's a lot to it. But he picks her apart because she's not trying to inform anyone. She's just lying. Here's something else that you may have noticed, or you may not. This is from a guy, Matt Van Swol. Okay, former nuclear scientist for the U.S. Department of Energy. Okay. And he points out, 12 months ago, all of the left had Ukrainian flags. That's a year ago. 9 months ago, they were all waving around, and on their Twitter profiles, they had Palestinian flags. 6 months ago, the same leftists switched all their flags for the Mexican flags, and they were waving that around because of immigration. 1 month ago, they were waving around the flags of Venezuela, saying how evil Donald Trump was to remove a dictator and to try and free the people of Venezuela, give them back health care so that they don't get measles and mumps, a basic vaccination that everyone in the world has, and that we virtually eliminated measles and mumps everywhere in the world, even in most third world nations, except for Venezuela, because their government was corrupt and didn't care about the people. Now we're going to see Iranian flags. The left are running out right now. And I want you to think about this for a second. I want you to really think about this for a second, because no one is asking you to think about this. The left want to put Maduro back in power. They want a known. 60 countries in the world agree, not just the United States, 60 countries around the world have all identified Maduro, Nicolas Maduro, the former dictator of Venezuela, as a dictator, as an oppressive, autocratic dictator that was harming his own people, killing his own people, using the military. The government of Venezuela was using their military against their people to kill them on the streets just because they didn't agree with Nicolas Maduro. That's not freedom. He allowed his people to starve, and he didn't care. And the Democrats would put him back in charge because Orange Man Bad got rid of the dictator. And because it was Orange Man Bad, because Donald Trump did it, and that might help Republicans win in the 2026 midterm elections, they want Maduro put back in charge. They want the dictator back in charge. Let's think about what's happening right now in Iran. We're seeing the left go out and protest right now, today in New York City. A bunch of white liberal leftists are protesting that the United States we've taken out the Ayatollah of Iran, who has for 47 days wanted them dead. The very same white liberal leftists are the people that the Ayatollah would have killed without a blink of an eye. Those very same leftists who are screaming about LGBT plus alphabet are the very same people that the Ayatollah would throw off of a building. Those very same white leftist women are the very same people that the Ayatollah would have poisoned rather than let them read, drive a car, or work a job. And they're upset that the guy who would kill each and every one of these leftists is now dead. They're upset because Orange Man Bad made the world safer, something that even the UN has recognized. Yes, everyone's going to say, oh, Donald Trump, that's really mean. You shouldn't do that. Tisk, tisk, tisk. You're being such a bad guy, Donald Trump. You're being a cowboy president. By the way, thank you. Thank you for getting rid of a terrorist who helped put terror and suicide bombings in every country around the world and killed innocent civilians in every country around the world that didn't agree exactly with the Ayatollah. But that's what the left wants. And no one stops. The media doesn't want you to think about it. It's constantly the next issue, the next problem, the next time that they get to say Orange Man Bad. They don't care about the consequences. They don't think about what does this mean. Let's see. The Maduro is out of Venezuela. The United States got to, our companies, businesses in America got to get their property back because Maduro took it from them. They're going to update that material and they're going to make money. Yes, it's drilling for oil. Fantastic. But the people of Venezuela get to benefit. They make money off of that, as well as, yes, some of the private American businesses, fine. But the people in Venezuela get to make money too. They get to live a better life. They get to have food on their table. Gee, is that such a terrible thing? Oh, no, but Donald Trump did it. And he did it without telling any of the Democrats, which is why it worked. It's why it was a success. Because Donald Trump didn't tell AOC. He didn't tell Ilhan Omar or Rashida Tlaib. He didn't tell Adam Schiff, who would have run immediately to tell the bad guys all the news. They would have leaked it. Why? Because they don't want Donald Trump to have a victory. They'd rather have these people oppressed. The left has no care or concern. They don't care about you. They care about their ideology. More importantly, they care about power and money. They're getting money. They have power, not you. They don't care what the consequences are. They don't care if the world becomes more stable, more peaceful, that there are less dictators in the world, there's less terrorism in the world. They don't care about that. They care about winning an election. They care about having power. They care about you obeying. They don't care about anything else. If there's any Democrat out there that's watching this says, Mike, you just don't know what you're talking about, which is what they always say. You just don't understand. Sure, I do. But rather than tell me I don't understand, is there anyone on the left who can say, gee, Mike, here are the facts that prove you wrong? You want to tell me that Maduro has been better for Venezuela than the America can be? Show me the proof. Show me the great, joyous, wonderful job that Maduro was doing in Venezuela, because I can show you a third world nation that was failing. I can show you a country that's now improving. That's why there were millions, 8 million Venezuelans around the world were celebrating, just like there are millions of Iranians around the world that are celebrating today. The leftists are upset. They're telling you, oh my God, this was so terrible. This was so bad. Wait a minute. The Venezuelan people were saying it was good. The Venezuelan people thanked America and Donald Trump for what he did. But the leftists are upset. They're the ones who are saying it's bad. The very same leftists that are saying, oh my God, this is terrible that the Ayatollah is dead. Okay, so you've got a bunch of terrorists and the American left movement that are upset that the Ayatollah is dead. And the rest of the world, including Iranians, are saying, thank you. Thank you for doing this. There's a massive disconnect here. And the thing is, I'm the bad guy because I'm telling you this because CNN and Rachel Maddow, MS Now, I think is what they call themselves, ABC, the New York Times, they won't tell you this. The New York Times won't tell you that the Ayatollah was the lead sponsor of terror in the world. He was the man in charge. He made the decision on how many millions would go to Hamas or Hezbollah or the Houthis or a dozen other terrorist organizations. He made that decision. But according to the New York Times, he was just a cleric. He was just a guy. He was a religious leader who also happened to be in charge of militaries that were killing women and children around the world through suicide bombs. And the New York Times won't tell you that because they want to lie to you, because they're more concerned about the next election than the future of America and the rest of the world. They're more concerned about maintaining power for their partisan ideas than they are about the future stability of the planet. And that's kind of sad. I think so anyway. But let's see. What else do they have to say here? I was going to bring up something else. They're also pissed at someone, John Fetterman. They hate John Fetterman right now. John Fetterman came out and said, Operation Epic Fury. President Trump has been willing to do what's right and necessary to produce real peace in the Middle East. God bless the United States, our great military, and Israel. 8.5 million people read that. The left cannot stand John Letterman. They want to kick him out of their party. They think he is evil and terrible. They are demonizing him. How dare you stand up for Donald Trump doing this today? How dare you support the end of the terrorist leader who's responsible for tens of thousands of innocent civilians being dead around the world over the last 47 years? How dare he? Because that's not the party line. Because saying that Donald Trump did something good for the world does not help any Democrat get elected. But this isn't about Democrats getting elected. This isn't about American politics. Donald Trump didn't do this for the GOP. He didn't do this to have Bruce Blakeman or someone else get elected. He's not trying to do that. This isn't about politics. But the left can't see anything beyond their partisan ideology. And everything always comes back to their power. That's it. If anyone disagrees with me, I am happy and I am willing to hear you out. I will hear that argument anytime you want. You can go onto Facebook, onto YouTube. You can go on to Rumble, X. You can do a SuperChat. You can do a Rumble rant. I will bring it up. I will read it out loud. I will have that conversation with you. That's what this is, a conversation that we are having. I will have that conversation with you. Tell me how I am wrong. Tell me what in my analysis is incorrect. Well, Mike, you're a Republican. Yes. And is anything that I said incorrect? But Mike, you got to understand, you're helping Orange Man bad. Yeah, but did I say anything that isn't true? Is anything that I'm saying not correct? You may not like it. That's an entirely different thing. I didn't tell you you're going to like it. But am I wrong? Oh, they don't want to answer that part. They don't want to think about that part. I find it incredible. Incredible. There are people like, here we go. We got Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, AOC, who is now stepping in again on international politics. See, John Fetterman, by the way, I have said before, I'll say it again. John Fetterman should not be a senator. He has a mental disability. Not his fault. It's a medical condition. I'm not picking on him about that, but that makes him, in my mind, incapable of doing the job. Even when I agree with some of the things he's done, he's still incapable of doing the job. He shouldn't be a senator. I don't care if he's helping Republicans or he's agreeing with Republicans. It doesn't matter. But here's the thing. John Fetterman is a senator. Senators deal with international policy for the United States. That is a fact. They sign treaties. They help to make deals with various nations. It is a senior, powerful position in American politics. That's a fact. So I expect to hear John Fetterman have an opinion about international politics. AOC has already proven she knows nothing about international politics. We've already covered it last week when she was in Munich, and she had no idea what she was talking about. She had no idea what she was saying. She embarrassed herself in front of the entire world at the Munich Security Conference. Nothing. She knew nothing. She knows less about international politics than I do. And I don't hold an elected office. I am not a member of the federal government. And I know more in 20 years of doing this. I know more about politics than a sitting congresswoman who wants to be a senator, if not president. She knows nothing. And so here she comes, the woman who could not tell anyone in the world the easiest question in politics. What does America do if China invades Taiwan? She couldn't answer that. And there's a lot of ways you can answer that. And everyone, depending on your political ideology, you can answer this a dozen different ways. And she couldn't figure out what to say. She had no idea what she was talking about. So now she wants to talk about the war overseas. She made a statement. She says, the American people are once again dragged into a war they did not want by a president who does not care about the long-term consequences of his actions. This war is unlawful. It is unnecessary. It will be catastrophic. First of all, what are the long-term consequences? AOC, please tell me, what are the consequences? What do you believe, AOC, are the consequences? I have spent hours explaining the many, many different consequences that could happen, not just in the United States, but around the world, in the Middle East, in Europe, Africa, South America. I've been detailing the various ways this could affect America and the rest of the globe. Where's your answer? As we read through your statement, you should be able to identify at least one negative consequence, at least one, to substantiate what you've said here. Yes, the American people don't want to be in a war, but then again, we'd rather have a small war and finalize that than have a forever war, which is a very different thing. She says, this is unlawful. And I'm going to get into that, but no, it isn't. And I know Democrats are saying they want to impeach Donald Trump. He hasn't broken the War Powers Act. He hasn't broken the unified authorization of military forces. Donald Trump has done exactly what the law requires. He notified Congress an hour before any of the activities took place, which is what he's required to do. He has 30 days, according to the War Powers Act, according to the Unified Authorization of Military Forces. He has 30 days to do what he is doing before he has to go to Congress and get them to get further approval to extend his time. So he has lawfully done what the law allows him to do, just like Obama. Remember, Obama bombed 8 countries. He was using drones to kill American citizens in Yemen who have not been arrested, who had not been charged with the crime. And not one Democrat complained about that. Obama was known as the Obammer because he was bombing so many countries like Pakistan with drones that were not authorized. And yet no Democrat had a word to say about that. But yet AOC is saying this, which is being done in compliance with the law, is unlawful. That's a hard argument to make. And I did identify yesterday in the live stream, it is an argument you can make, just not the way AOC is making it. It's not unlawful because she doesn't like it. It's potentially unlawful because of the way Donald Trump described it, if you're going by his description and not his actions. His speech said one word in it that made it difficult. That's it. But his actions are completely according to the law, to the letter of the law. Let's see. AOC goes on to say, just this week, Iran and the United States were negotiating key measures that could have staved off the war, except they failed. These negotiations have been ongoing for many months, just like with the Biden administration, and they failed because Iran was using the negotiations as a delay tactic. They had no intention of doing anything. And once that was determined, then the talks are useless, and we took the next action. And it wasn't like Donald Trump 2 weeks ago, a month ago, a year ago was telling Iran, take me seriously, let's make a deal. Make a deal, otherwise you will not like the consequences. Let's see, she goes on. The president walked away from these discussions. Actually, both sides walked away equally and chose war instead. President Trump flippantly acknowledged the possibility of American casualties. It wasn't flippant, and it is a reality. Whenever you have a military conflict, whenever you have a war, your soldiers may die. That is a fact. It's not flippant, it's true. And he has to inform the American people, because the last several military operations that the United States has engaged in under Donald Trump, which would be the missile strike, or rather the bombing of nuclear missile sites in Iran, no losses of life. That was done in an instant almost. And when we saw Delta Force going into Venezuela to get Maduro, that was done in an hour. No loss of life. People did get injured, but no American died. So the American people have this mistaken short-term image that under Donald Trump, the American military is invulnerable. That's not true. There's always been the risk, and now we have the reality that American troops will die, because in a military conflict, people die. But America wasn't thinking that. They were thinking under Donald Trump, American troops are invulnerable. That's not real, but that's the impression people had. He was making sure they had a sober understanding of what military was. And on the first day, when we saw that our missiles were striking and the Ayatollah was dead, we thought, you know what, this is going to be just like Venezuela. We'll be in, we'll be out, it'll be overnight, and we'll just win. Wars don't go that way. Yes, it's nice that it started that way. That doesn't mean that's the way the entire war will go. And he was making sure people knew that. But she doesn't appreciate that, because she doesn't appreciate Donald Trump. And so let's go on. Mr. President, this was not an inevitability. Yes, it was. 47 years. Iran has been planning for 47 years to kill every single American. They have told us to our face over and over and over again in every discussion we have had with them, and every video that they've had coming from every time that the Ayatollah has spoken. They have told us for 47 years they were making plans to kill every single American, to wipe America off the face of the map. They have told us that. This was always inevitable. This is a deliberate choice of aggression when diplomacy and security were within reach. How would you know that? You weren't in the negotiations. You're a congresswoman. You weren't involved in the negotiations. You didn't speak to anyone there. You're guessing that because you don't like Donald Trump. But the reality is they weren't in reach. That's why we went to this step. Stop lying to the American people. Donald Trump hasn't lied. He said things that you don't like, AOC. Many of the people on the left don't like it. But guess what? Even more Venezuelans, even more Iranians agree and are happy that Donald Trump has made these steps. We have countries around the world are thankful that the United States has taken this step. So you, AOC, you, Democratic Socialists of America, and some of the members of the far left, you might be upset, but the world is happy and they outnumber you. Violence begets violence. We learned this lesson in Iraq. We learned this lesson in Afghanistan. And we're about to learn it again in Iran. But have you not noticed that Donald Trump said no American troops on the ground, no boots on the ground? One of my own things that I've said many times, that I said yesterday, I'll say it again today, that if America puts one soldier, that soldier puts a foot on the ground on any foreign soil, we own it. If we fight over it, we bleed over it, it is ours. That's what I've said. We didn't put any American soldiers. We had a military operation, but ground troops. We didn't invade Venezuela. The Army, the Marines aren't in Venezuela. The Army, the Navy, the Air Force are not in Iran. No Americans have taken a step onto Iranian soil. Yes, we have bombs going on. We have missiles flying. That's true. And we are effectively at war or a military conflict at the very least. But we're not doing what we did in Iraq. We're not doing what we did in Afghanistan. We're not taking over those countries and now trying to change things on the ground. Donald Trump explicitly said, this is the choice of the Iranian people. We're clearing the path. We're getting rid of the obstacles for the Iranian people to choose what kind of government they get to have. Whether it's to go back to another Ayatollah to become slaves of the religious theocratic dictatorship, or if they take on a more democratic society. That's their choice. We're just clearing the path. They have to take over their country. And we didn't do that in Iraq. We didn't do that in Afghanistan. So there is a lesson that has been learned, but AOC, she doesn't understand that. And therefore, she's not telling her constituents, her supporters, that difference. She doesn't get it. She is dumb when it comes to international policy. So she doesn't recognize it. Therefore, none of her supporters are recognizing it. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Okay. And again, when I say thousands of, this is something that you don't see on American TV, but it's here. Thousands of Iranians, thousands of their allies are out celebrating. Thousands of them. So again, when I say these things, it's not because I'm making it up. It's because it's true. And there is evidence, and I'm showing you the facts. Things that AOC didn't think of because she doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. She proved that in Munich. The left is upset, and AOC are upset with John Fetterman because he did, as a senator, even with brain damage, he understands what has been done and what this means for the future of America. The sword hanging over our heads that was Iranian terrorism has now been removed. The sword of Damocles, so to speak, has been removed from the heads of the American government and the American people and the rest of the world as well. This is a benefit. And AOC doesn't understand that. The left do not understand that because they're concerned about the next election. They're not worried about the next 10 years, the next 20 years. Look, I'm not going to tell you that this was a perfect plan. You can make an argument here. You can absolutely make the argument that this wasn't the best decision ever, but you can't make it the way they're doing it. The way the AOC are arguing, horrible. I made better arguments for and against this military action yesterday by myself, talking with audience live. Off the top of my head, I can make better arguments for and against, and AOC has no idea what she's talking about. It is legal. Read the the Unified Authorization of Military Forces. Read the War Powers Act of 1973. AOC has never read those. Her team have never read it. They don't actually know what it says. Otherwise, they would know Donald Trump is in compliance. He hasn't broken the law. They don't like it, but that doesn't mean he broke a law. It just means they don't like it. They don't have to. That's not the same thing as breaking a law. They want to say that they see the consequences of being completely negative because it's going to be exactly like everything else they've ever seen, except he's doing things that are completely different than the way we've ever done it before. We're not doing the things that Bush did in no way, shape, or form. And so we're getting a different result. But she doesn't recognize that because she doesn't understand the military operations, international policy. She doesn't understand any of that. But yet the left will tell you she is brilliant. She should be president. She's brilliant. She should be a senator. We should be agreeing with her. And they're going to go out and protest in New York City for something that every Iranian around them are celebrating. It's insane. It's insane. Okay. I've talked a lot about this. I'm going to switch over to Cuba. By the way, in the comments, I'm still happy. Send me your super chat. Send me the Rumble rant. Leave me the comment. If you want to talk more, I will answer any question you guys have about it. I'm more than happy to do that. But otherwise, I'm going to move on to Cuba a little bit. But I do want to go over some of the comments here. By the way, I believe Phil said, there it is. Phil made a comment. Marines are going to sound like Jack Nicholson. You want me on that wall. You need me on that wall. You can't handle the truth. Trust me, I could say it much louder, and I could say it much more like I did back in boot camp, except I'm in an apartment building, and that kind of volume would get everyone upset with me. They'd hear me all the way through they'd hear me back in the first floor of this building if I were to do it the way I did in boot camp. But I hope that was a little bit closer to that for you, Phil. Hope you enjoyed that. Thank you for the $2 for the additional $2 for the super chat. All right. Kinsugi says that she and everybody's going to help. We can get to 5,000 subscribers this year. Honestly, we should be at 35 to 50,000. We should be right there with my friend. What? Oh, stop. We should be right there with Hard Lens Media. We should be right there with my good friend Larry Sharp. We should be around 50,000, but I'm a humble man. I just want to get to 5,000. We'll get there eventually, but for now, I'll go to 5,000. So thank you for that, Kintsugi. Thank you. Let's hope we can get there this year. Phil says, Donald Trump could probably have launched this military conflict, this war, whatever you want to call it, on a day other than Friday. Well, the reason why you do it on a Friday is actually a couple of reasons. One of the reasons why it was done on a Friday is more people stay home on, it was late Friday, early Saturday. We started this. More people are home. They're not traveling to and from work. They're not in office buildings. So you have less chance of hitting civilians than on the middle of a busy weekday. That's one reason. It also avoids a religious day, which would be Sunday, as I believe in Islam, is it Saturday or Sunday that are religious days? It avoids starting on a religious day where people would be more likely to be able to be injured. Another reason to do it on a Friday, it's unexpected. I mean, obviously, any kind of military conflict's always unexpected, but it's also Friday. So a lot of people are more relaxed on that day. A lot of military personnel they get their holidays, they get their vacations, they get their leave time, we call it, their time off on the weekend. So they can go out and either they get drinks, they visit friends, they visit family. So you're also taking advantage of that. It doesn't affect the markets immediately. And now we're talking more internationally. So it doesn't disrupt international monetary systems because of the changing price of oil, the changing of the stock markets and such across the globe, not just in the United States, but in every global market. They're not instantly going into turmoil. People get a couple of days, Saturday and Sunday, to absorb what is happening and to evaluate how well it is going and what's the impact, so that on Monday, while this will still have a major financial impact across the world, it's going to ripple across all of the stock markets, but it isn't going to necessarily be as devastating as you do this on a Monday and the next day is Tuesday and no one knows what's going on and it's still happening, and the market goes into an absolute panic because they haven't been able to absorb what has happened, what is the scope, and what are the possibilities. Now you've had 2 days, 2.5 days to try and absorb and understand this. The panic is a lot less, and no one's saying that it's World War III. On Friday, everyone was saying World War III. Today, on Sunday, no one's saying it's going to be World War III. We obviously see it's not World War III. China is not jumping in. Russia can't jump in. Most of pretty much the entire Middle East is against Iran, especially after Iran decided to drop bombs on many of their Middle Eastern neighbors, which is stupid. But most of them, even before that, weren't on Iran's side. So again, we're not hearing World War III. There's less panic. There's going to be less panic selling. So it's better for the world. That's another reason why we do it on Friday. So that's just off the top of my head. And I know AOC couldn't come up with that. She would never realize it. But just off the top of my head, these are a couple of reasons why it was done on a Friday, I imagine. I don't know. I haven't talked to the White House. I don't know anyone at the White House. But that's why I imagine it was done on a Friday as opposed to any other day. So I hope that answers that a little bit. You're funny, Phil. Phil has jokes, folks. I ran and boy, my legs are tired. Phil has many, many jokes. All right. Let's see. Kinsugi says, sounds like they wave every flag, the leftists. They love to wave every flag except the American flag. That's true. And if you notice, whenever they have their rallies, you never see them with an American flag. In fact, when people counter-protest many of these events, you will often see that the left, Antifa, the far left, the Democratic Socialists of America, if they see someone with an American flag, they will try and rip that flag away. They will try to burn the American flag. They will steal the American flag. They will throw it on the ground and they will stomp on that American flag. That's what the left do. That isn't what anyone else does. The left will throw the flag down. They'll stomp on it. They'll burn it. They'll try and rip it up. They'll try and steal it from other people. But they'll be happy to wave a Mexican flag because of immigration. They'll be happy to wear a Venezuelan flag because they support Maduro, the dictator. They're happy to wave a Palestinian flag because they support Hamas, the terrorist organization that killed Americans both on October 7th, 2023, and over 582 days of torture as hostages. They'll wave the Palestinian flag there without question. And now they're going to wave the Iranian flag, even as the Iranian people are crying for freedom and they are thanking Donald Trump for what he has done. So you're right, Kinsugi. It is sad and amazing. Let's see. Joel says the media spin was that AOC was pausing to think rather than blurting out without thinking like Trump does. Well, here's the thing. Trump blurts things out, but he actually knows what he's talking about. You may not agree with it. You may not agree with what he says or the way he says it. And he does say things very brusque. But it's not that he doesn't understand the issue at hand. AOC doesn't know what she's talking about. She has no clue what the policy on Taiwan is. None. And that wasn't the only question she was asked. That's just the most popular one that everyone identified. She has no clue about international policy. She was asked multiple questions, and all of her answers were very similar to that one that everyone noticed. She doesn't know what she's talking about. And everyone knows it. But they'll try it. But the left want her to win. Why? She's a Democrat. She's a progressive. They want progressives to win. So they'll try and give every excuse in the universe. Well, here's the thing. I'll share this with everyone. A lot of people may, if you've been watching the program for the last 9 years or last 15 years I've been doing this, you may notice that I've talked about when I ran for Congress. Yes, I ran for Congress, 2014. And I was going on to, I got onto news programs. I was on WUTQ. I was on with WNBF, WITV. I was on all the news channels. I was going to all the talk radio programs. And I was being asked about why was I running? What were the issues? Here's the thing. I was able to answer in 3 minutes exactly why I was running. And I was able to identify the problems that my opponent at that time, Republican or so-called Rhino, Richard Hanna, I was able to identify all of the things he was failing to do for the public. And I was trying to emphasize, here are the policies that I was focused on. One of the big issues I was focused on was the H-1B visas. In fact, if you go back in time, you look at it, you'll see many articles of me talking in 2013 about H-1B visas and how they were a problem for the American people. That if you want to talk STEM jobs, then you have to talk H-1B visas, and you had to remove them or reduce them because we had a glut of STEM workers in America. At that time, it was 2 to 1. We had 2 Americans for every 1 STEM job. Today, we have 6 Americans for every 1 STEM job, and we're competing with people with H-1B visas. I was talking about that over 10 years before anyone else was talking about this. I was one of the first ones to bring that up. Yeah, it's actually documented. So I knew because I was running for Congress, I made sure I knew all the issues. I knew exactly every position that Richard Hanna had. I knew what he had voted on. I knew his background on everything that he had introduced as a law, exactly what he had been saying to the public, speeches that he had made. I went through all of that because I had to know, was I really worth it? Was it really worth it? Was he really making a mistake, or was it just me? So I did my homework for an entire year before I decided that I was going to run for Congress. I made sure I understood all of the issues to make sure that I knew I was right. Then I ran for Congress. That's what you usually do. She's running for the Senate, and she doesn't know any of the issues. That's inexcusable. Let me see. We got a comment from Joel again, and Joel says, a meme about AOC's statement on Iran. Iran is her favorite flock of seagulls. Oh, guys. For those who aren't quite as old as myself, Flock of Seagulls is a band, and they did have a song, Iran. But it's not quite. It's not about the Ayatollah or that country. It was actually a kind of catchy song back in, God, that had to be the early 90s, Flock of Seagulls. If I remember correctly, no, I was in college. So that means it would be the late 80s that song came out. Late 80s. And I remember them. Really funny haircuts. Interesting band. Swedish? Norwegian? Something like that. They're from somewhere over like Sweden, Norwegian, something like that. Interesting guys. Okay. So that brings us up to date on Russia for the most part. Fair enough. Cuba. Let's talk a little bit about this. Now, you were seeing during the break my conversation earlier this week about Cuba, about the Americans that were shot at, that were killed, some that are captured, possibly being tortured. What we have learned since that time is that one of the things that we learned is that, and I'll show you here, because I don't make these things up. Let me show you the news. This is from the Miami Herald. And according to the Miami Herald, one of the men named by Cuba said they have 6 living individuals who are Americans that they captured. The man you see the picture of right now, this is one of the guys that the Cuban government said they caught. He's in Miami. He's in America right now. As the Miami Herald detailed on the 26th, he had family members contacting him, trying to find out if he was okay, because they thought he was in America. To find out, is he in America? Is he okay? What happened? He's not being held by Cuba. Cuba seems to be lying, because one of the men that they said they captured, this guy is currently in Miami. Cuba's lying. Cuba is a lying country. That's why and I showed you, or you heard, one of the members of the Canadian government, as he started off saying, Cuba lies. the Cuban government, a Cuban communist socialist government, a dictatorship, lies on a regular basis. And this is one of the lies that they have made. And so they are not trustworthy at all. And this guy, and he was someone who was in Cuba and he left because they're violent and they're repressive. And communism doesn't work. And daring to say communism doesn't work in a communist nation, well, that'll get you killed. So that's why he came to America. That's why he's against the Cuban government and why the Cuban government has a hard-on for him. They think he's everywhere. It's a bit paranoid. But the Cuban government has a couple of other problems that have now come out. On the 27th, 2 days ago, Donald Trump was speaking. Obviously, this was just before we invaded Iran, or we started bombing Iran. And Donald Trump said that perhaps the United States would have a friendly takeover of Cuba. Now, this is in a series of several comments and thoughts about Cuba and the crisis and whether or not these are American citizens that Cuba has killed, which obviously demands a response from the American government. And so he says, well, we have to respond to this, but maybe one of the responses is we could have a friendly takeover of Cuba. It's kind of in reference to what we did in Venezuela. But again, it's also saying that Donald Trump isn't looking to destroy Cuba. He isn't looking to militarily enter into Cuba. Once we had the Venezuelan conflict where we captured Maduro, you heard the left, you heard people like, what's her name? MS Now. God, what's her name? Rachel Maddow. People like Rachel Maddow and many of the far left pundits were saying, well, Donald Trump is a dictator. He's an authoritarian, that he was going to try and build an empire. He was going to take over Cuba. We didn't. And Donald Trump was trying to downplay the fact that we're not taking over Cuba, even though Cuba has killed Americans. That is a fact. We know for a fact they have killed at least one, if not multiple Americans. They have taken prisoner at least one, if not multiple American individuals as prisoner. They may or may not be interrogating those individuals, which is torture. That may or may not be happening right now. And as we're trying to find out the details and to confirm, and we know and we can prove that Cuba is lying to the world, Donald Trump says, well, no, I don't want to take them over, but maybe if it was friendly, maybe if they just gave up, maybe if they gave up communism, maybe if they gave up socialism, maybe if they changed their government so they don't have the Castro regime in charge anymore, maybe America could take them on as a commonwealth, kind of like Puerto Rico, or as a state, and improve that nation to lift them up in terms of technology, quality of life, access to the rest of the world, to goods, to be able to have energy on a regular basis rather than whatever it is they're trying to do right now. They have power one day, they have no power the next day. It's on, it's off at any given moment. And that's because Cuba doesn't make money. Socialism, communism doesn't work. They're not successful. They don't have an economy. They don't make any goods that anyone really needs except cigars, and those are sanctioned, of course. And they have no income really coming in. They can't afford anything. They can't afford the energy that they need. So that's a problem. But that's a Cuban problem created by a Cuban government that decided to be communist and socialist, and that dictatorship was the way to move forward. And their country has frozen in time. They are stuck in the late 1950s, early 1960s. It's not beneficial. But ABC News and the rest of the media went ballistic They thought that this was the worst thing you could possibly say, that Donald Trump is some kind of authoritarian because he said we can have a friendly takeover. He's minimizing the consequences. Donald Trump is trying to give Cuba an out, both the Cuban people and the Cuban government, to give them a way to choose a path forward that isn't like Venezuela, that isn't like Iran. But that's not how ABC saw it. I think it's actually great. I would love for Donald Trump to take over Cuba. I think there are many Cuban Americans who would love to be able to go back to their homeland and still be an American and be on American soil. They would love for America to take over Cuba. And by the way, it's not that hard. If we really wanted to do it, and I know Cuba says, well, these guys in a boat were trying to take over the Cuban government. 10 guys in a boat? 10 guys in a boat were going to take over the government of Cuba. Are you serious? Okay, but let's say they were. If America wanted to take over Cuba, we have over 1,000 troops in Guantanamo Bay right now. We have an aircraft carrier in the Caribbean Sea right now over at they're over at Nieves is the island. We have an aircraft carrier right there. We could drop bombs on them in an hour. We could land troops. We can do it either by airborne. The airborne can land all across of Cuba in an hour. We can have troops come into Guantanamo and go through Guantanamo into Cuba in the space of an hour and a half. We have Marines that are there right now that if you gave them the order, 900 Marines would be able to take over a huge swath of Cuba by themselves right this second. All they need is the word from the president. If we wanted to take over Cuba, it'd already be taken over. That's just a fact. That's just a reality. By the time the rest of the world would even know that America was trying to take over Cuba, we'd have taken over Cuba. It's not that hard. Not to say that Cubans wouldn't fight. I'm sure they would. It's their land. They have a military, and their military is there to defend their country. I understand that. And some of them would fight against America. I have no doubt whatsoever. And they would lose. They would lose both because of quality of the arms involved, the quantity of arms involved, the quantity of soldiers. They would lose. We could take it over in a day. I truly believe that. Maybe I'm a little optimistic. Okay, it'll be a week. There's no competition there. We could easily take over Cuba if we wanted to. We're not. But the left has to fearmonger, and they have to push this message. I am absolutely upset. Now, according to the AP, if you see this, and links to everything I've been talking about all day will be available at the end of the show. But if we were to look at this from the AP, supposedly Cuba invited, and this is a problem, Cuba invited reporters from the Associated Press to come in and to see the status of things. Now, they didn't introduce the AP, the reporters, to any of the hostages, any of the individuals that were captured and shot and wounded. So we don't know whether or not those individuals are still alive, if they are being tortured. We don't know if they're American citizens or not, because the reporter was not able to speak with anyone. But we got to see the equipment. The thing that's more important isn't these weapons, which we do not know were in the possession of the individuals in that boat. Those Americans that were in that boat, those 10 Americans, we don't know if any of this is their equipment. We can't speak to those people, and the reporter wasn't able to verify it, so we don't know. This could be stuff that they had in a barracks somewhere, and they just put it all out. It could be a complete lie. They are saying, according to the AP, the Cuban government is saying this box right here, which looks like a water cooler, there are 12,800 bullets in that container, which is pretty damn heavy. For those who don't actually lift up, have never been around ammunition, it's heavy. 12,000 rounds, that's heavy. But that being said, they say in that container, that water cooler, are 12,800 bullets. First of all, who stores? Nobody stores ammunition in that way. You don't store it like that. That makes me say, this is very odd. This makes no sense. Because if I'm trying to invade, I wouldn't put 12,000 bullets in a water cooler. That doesn't make sense. It makes it harder to load your ammunition. It makes it more difficult if you need it. That's actually awkward to carry it that way. So I'm not sure that that's accurate. And again, that means that this is less credible. The story that's being told by the Cuban government is less credible, having seen that. Why are all the guns different makes and models? Now, it is possible that every single person had their own personal rifle. Okay, that's possible. But there's more rifles than there were people. And they're all very different types of ammunition. If I'm going to go take over a country, wouldn't we all have the same ammunition, have the same model of firearm, so that if something breaks down, we can easily fix it? We can mix and match if we need to, that we can exchange ammunition with no difficulty? Wouldn't we do that? That would make a lot more sense, wouldn't it? We've got a bunch of handguns. Who cares? Could have come from anywhere and anything. This is not proof of anything. This doesn't mean that Cuba was correct, nor does it mean that anything they have there. They have 11 pistols. And by the way, when I said, this is it right here. This is from the AP. It's 12,800 pieces of ammunition. Did you count? Who counted that? It wasn't the reporter. He was told it was 12,800. Might not be. Again, this could be Cuba lying. That they had a dozen high-powered weapons. What does high-powered mean? That's one of those Democrat sayings. It's a high-powered weapon. It's a rifle. Does that mean it's high-powered? It's a rifle that anyone can get in America. These aren't anything special. One of them has a scope. Oh my God. One of the rifles had a scope. That means it's extra deadly. No, it doesn't. No, it does not mean that. And so they're going through this. And they had 11 pistols, heavy-duty boots, helmets, and cameras, camouflage. Does not mean they're going to take over a government. It doesn't justify that the Cuban government killed 4 Americans and wounded 6 others. We need to take action. This is serious. This is very serious. And we really should do something about this. This is important. That's my feeling on that. Yeah. Let me see. What else did I have here? So I wanted to talk a little bit about that. I think that's important. I'm staying on top of this story. There hasn't been a lot of, we have yet to hear, and it's possible because we now have the conflict with Iran. It's possible that Marco Rubio is occupied, which I wouldn't be surprised by. And most of the international news media have been focusing on Iran and the consequences of that, and also listening to Democrats complain about it, listening to the white liberal leftists try and protest about it. They're busy giving them a lot of attention. So we don't have a lot of attention on what's going on in Cuba. I haven't forgotten about it. I will not forget about it. I want to keep on top of this to find out what's happening to those Americans. Those Americans will not be forgotten by me. And when I say that, I mean that just like when I talk about the Sudan. And for 2 years, I was talking about the Sudan every single show, reminding everyone that 16,000 Americans were abandoned by the Biden-Harris administration on April 2023, May. It was May 5th of 2023 that 16,000 Americans were abandoned in the Sudan, told to find their own way home. I will never forget that. I covered the American hostages for 2 years until every single one of them came home or we had their bodies. I covered it every single show, and I will keep on top of this Cuban conflict until every one of these people are either identified as American citizens or they are home and released. whatever happens. All right. I was talking a little bit about John Fetterman. This is what yet another thing that caused the Democrats to lose their mind. John Fetterman, by the way, the official record is John Fetterman votes straight down the line Democrat 85% of the time. 85% of every bill, every vote that he has had to have as a senator has been straight down the line Democrat. Whatever the Democrats want, that's what he's voted for 85% of the time. That's a lot. That's a very consistent, very strong Democrat trend. Except if you're a Democrat, then that's considered being a Republican. 85% compliance, 85% agreement is not enough for the Democratic Party. That's considered being a Republican, 85%. John Fetterman, who is known for wearing his sweatsuits, which I disagree with. I think that's ugly. It's horrible. It's not official. Again, he's allowed to do this because he has brain damage. I don't agree with that. And I don't agree with him wearing a sweatsuit when he's in Congress, when he's in the Senate doing his job. He should be in a suit. And we see that he can wear a suit. Brain damage does not stop him from wearing a suit. And he is wearing a suit as he's shaking the hand of Donald Trump. And the leftists lost their mind. It's the State of the Union, one of the highest honors in our government, one of the most important days in our government. And he shows up in a suit because it is an important day for our government. He shows up in a suit. The president is passing him by, and he shakes the hand of the president because he is the executive of the nation. He is the highest elected official in the entire government. Look, you don't have to love Donald Trump, but respect him, and more importantly, respect the office of the president during the State of the Union. You give him the respect that you would want for your Democrat candidate, your Democrat president. You would give them the respect that they have earned and that this moment requires. Leftists were out of their mind. What does it say here from Winter, who does political commentary? She is a lefty. This is her own. She describes herself as a lefty. She describes herself as a political commentary lefty activist. Fetterman wears a suit and tie for Trump. I hate him. We need to get him out. 725,000 people watch this. Oh, she got 12,000 people to like this. She hates Fetterman because he wore a suit to the State of the Union, an incredibly formal event, and she hates John Fetterman because he wore a suit. And Donald Trump was the president, and he shook the hand of Donald Trump. What is going wrong in America? That's insane. That is absolutely insane. She is a psychotic. She's psychotic, and those who agreed with her are psychotic. They are dangerous people. That is not a reason to like or dislike any politician. I told you why I don't like John Fetterman. It's not that I don't like him. I don't think he should be a senator. I've explained clearly my reasoning, which is based on facts. Not because he's in a suit. I don't care. It's not because he's shaking Donald Trump's hand. I don't care. I don't care if he's shaking Biden's hand. If Joe Biden showed up in front of me, if he's walking right up to me and he puts his hand out, would I shake Joe Biden's hand? Yes, I would. Would I shake Obama's hand? Yes, I would. It's a matter of respect. There's no reason why I shouldn't. Now, if they want to say, but Mike, do you agree with me? I tell them no. And I tell them why. They say, am I your fan? I tell them no. And I tell them why. But I do so with respect. They're former presidents. If they were president at the time, I would have told them respectfully, Mr. President, I disagree. And here are my reasons why. She's just like, oh, I have a feeling. And that one feeling overrides everything else. The left are lunatics. This is why I say the left is out of their mind. This is why I say progressives are out of their mind. Just so you understand how clear and easy it is to identify, they are not working with a full, all the marbles aren't there. I think that's pretty clear, in my opinion. I don't know. Maybe you might disagree. But speaking of the State of the Union, it is that same mentality. You're wearing a suit. You're evil. You shook Donald Trump's hand. You're evil. Remember, these are the Democrats. And I have never seen something so vile and sick during a State of the Union as what we saw this year. I tweeted about this. I didn't get a chance to speak about this, but this seriously made me angry. And I am still angry about this. Let me be very clear about it.
One of the great things about the State of the Union is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives.
By the way, this is a Democrat here. I forget which Democrat it is, but this is one of the Democrats. He's falling asleep. By the way, he's wearing a pin to support, oh God, I think it was supporting the homeless or hungry. And watch what happens here.
Really believe. So tonight I'm inviting every legislator to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
Let me stop it right there. The first responsibility of any government, I don't care which type. You could be a socialist, a dictator, authoritarian. You could be liberal. Doesn't matter what kind of government you have. The purpose of every form of government in existence ever is to protect its people. To protect the people from things they cannot protect themselves from. That is the purpose of every government. That is the obligation of every government ever conceived by man. It doesn't matter what type it is, whether it's authoritarian, whether it's a monarchy, whether it's socialism, whether it's capitalism. It doesn't matter what it is. The purpose of every government, the obligation of every government is to protect its people, period. Those would be the citizens. Those people under that government are to be protected. That is absolute. That isn't a question. You can go to any college and they will give you the same definition. And we know this, we've heard this from, I think Franklin. Franklin was one of the first ones to also address it. This is classic. Everyone agrees with this. This is not debatable. It is not an issue. It's not a maybe. It's not an if. It's not an or. It doesn't matter what feelings you have. It doesn't matter what your affiliation might be. It is an absolute. The answer to this is yes. That's it. There is no other way to answer this. I don't care what your politics are. I don't care what your preferences are. There is no other way to answer this than yes. By the way, every single member of Congress swears an oath to protect the people. Every single member, whether you're in the House of Representatives or the Senate, they swear an oath to do exactly what he just said, to protect the American people. So they are sworn. That is the duty of their job. It is the purpose of government in any form. The only answer here is yes. And he said, please stand. Please stand for what you have sworn an oath to. Please stand for the purpose of government. This has nothing to do with Donald Trump. And by the way, if every Democrat and any Democrat stands up, Trump is embarrassed. That's it. It would have been that simple. It's that simple. Yes, of course, we agree. This is the basic principle of government. Of course, we agree with that. We swore an oath. When we were elected, we were sworn in and we swore an oath to protect the people. So, of course, we're going to stand up. The people are Americans, citizens. That is the definition. They're not just Joe Bob from over in Botswana. No, American people. So, with that said, what did we see? This is from C-SPAN. I know I was watching C-SPAN when the State of the Union was going. This is the exact same angle. There have been no edits. There have been no changes to this, other than they decided to put it in 9:16. So it's good to see on your cell phone. Other than that, this is the exact thing that C-SPAN is showing you. They have not cut out anything. They have not edited. They have not changed the words. They have not changed the language. They didn't change the angle. They didn't even fix the color. This is what the world got to see. Not just America, not just Democrats. The world saw this. Not one Democrat stood. Not one Democrat clapped. Not one. Think about that. They didn't do it. They all sat there, still as a rock. I have to ask the American people, why do you have these people representing you? Who's in charge? They own you. Those are slave masters. Every one of those Democrats that are sitting there without moving, they are telling you they are the masters of the Democrats that supposedly they represent. They're not in, for the Democrats, they're in charge and you obey. That is a master-slave relationship, and they're the master. They are telling everyone in the world that when Democrats are in charge, Americans are in last place. They aren't the obligation. They're not the purpose. Anyone and everyone. This goes back to the same idea we had about the flags. Remember that? Where is it? Yeah. It goes back to the same idea we had about the flags. The Democrats believe in every flag except the American flag. They'll fly any flag except the American flag. They respect every flag except the American flag. Gee, are we surprised that because they will fly and respect any flag and every flag except the American flag, are we surprised that they're also not respecting or representing the American people? They don't care about you. Now, mind you, every one of these Democrats, they're up, pretty much all of them are up for a re-election in 2026 in the midterm elections. They are out. Richie Torres, who is the New York 15th congressman. He's my congressman in the Bronx. And he represents me. He sat down. He then, since that time, he has sent out at least one, I think 2 emails saying why he's asking for money. He wants money from me and everyone else in the Bronx. He wants votes from me and everyone else in the Bronx. He wants support. But he doesn't believe in protecting us. We're not his obligation. We are not his priority. He doesn't care about the Bronx. Richie Torres does not care about the Bronx. By the way, Congressman Richie Torres, if you are watching this, one of your supporters, please clip this, send it to Richie Torres. Congressman Torres, I will be happy to have a conversation with you live on any issue you wish, and especially this one, to explain yourself. Why should anyone in the Bronx, including Democrats, why should they give you a penny? Why should they give you a single vote when you have expressed, along with your party, that you do not care about the American people, that they are not your priority, that your priority lies with anyone and everyone outside of the Bronx, outside of New York State, outside of America? Everyone else in the world is your priority. And you, in saying this, are saying that you would use the American people's money for other people in the world. Because your priority isn't America. You're not here to protect us. So your priority is to protect someone else. That means the money that we should have protecting Americans in terms of business, in terms of education, in terms of physically protecting us. All of that money, our tax dollars that are supposed to be used for all of that, you want to use it for someone else because that's all protecting the American people. That's education, that's business, that's physical security. That's all in protecting American people, American citizens. And you don't believe in that because you would have stood. You would have clapped. You would have a video showing us of you doing that. There would exist a video angle that shows you doing that. It doesn't. Same thing for every other Democrat. I'm talking about my specific Democrat, but you can point to yours. Some of your Democrats didn't even show up. They had so little respect, so little interest in doing their job, they didn't even show up. They were somewhere else. AOC, who knows where the hell she was? She was somewhere else, not at the most important part of her job. No, she wasn't there. She was off trying to get more votes and more money so she could become a senator or to try and run for president. If you don't respect doing the little things in the job, how can we respect you doing anything else in the job? Well, we already know she doesn't know how to do the job in the first place. But look at the rest of it. Look at your congressman and ask them. Have you asked your congressman, why do you respect me so little? Why do you care so little about your constituents? And they're going to say, oh, no, but I care about you. Then why didn't you stand? Why didn't you clap? Oh, no, you just don't understand. No, that was a trap. Matter of fact, that's the answer they came up with. I believe I have it here. Yep. Their answer was, but Mike, you don't understand. It was a trap. It's racist. Okay, think about that. Think about that for a second. Donald Trump said, if you believe it is the priority to protect American citizens over illegal aliens, stand up. That's not racist. What's racist in that? Well, he said illegal aliens. Illegal aliens isn't a race. Did Democrats not realize that? Did they not understand that? Illegal aliens isn't a race. That's not a color of skin. It represents anyone. We have illegal aliens in America from France. We have illegal aliens in America from Japan. We have illegal aliens in America from Taiwan, from Laos, from Russia, from England, from Canada. We've got people in America illegally from every country in the world. There is no one race of people that are illegal aliens. And I know people will say, but you know what we mean. No, I don't know what you mean. We have illegal aliens from every country in the world. Now, the left loves to focus on the people with browner skins, but they're not the only ones. And they're not all from South America. They're not all from Mexico. We have a huge number of illegal aliens recently that came from Angola. That's in Africa, by the way. They're blacker than me. What about that? But at the same time, we have a huge number of people who are illegal aliens. They came from Russia. We have illegal aliens from Ukraine. They're not black, not even close. So you can't tell me it's racist. You may think of it in a racist way. You may think that Donald Trump implied racism. That's because it's in your mind. You are making that implication. And who said that? And I want to be very clear. Who's implying that this is racist? Representative Janelle Bryan of Oregon. She's a Democrat. Are we shocked and amazed about that? I'm not. And she says that this was racist and it made her uncomfortable. Why would you be uncomfortable agreeing that the purpose of government is the purpose of government? It's virtually the definition of government. And you're uncomfortable with that? Were you uncomfortable when you swore your oath? Were you uncomfortable when you decided to run for the House of Representatives, that this is your obligation when you took your oath? Were you uncomfortable then? It's not uncomfortable. You are uncomfortable because you recognized you screwed up. That's what's uncomfortable. I think the only thing uncomfortable for Representative Bynum is that she realized she exposed herself to not care about her constituents, as did every other Democrat. She is uncomfortable knowing that she might not get as much money in donations, that her opponents might be able to beat her because she isn't willing to do her job, her basic bottom of the line job. But here it goes. And again, Donald Trump said, if you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens. That is a fact. You may not like it. You may want to have other things in there, but it is a fact. And here we are. And what does Bynum say? I think you can agree with me. The what? You can agree with the what, like standing up for American citizens, but I disagree with the how. There is no how in that question. Donald Trump didn't say, how do we stand up for American citizens? He didn't say, how do we protect Americans? He didn't say, how do we get rid of illegal aliens? He made it very simple. This is protecting. This is your first duty. It is the reason why governments exist, to protect the people. That is a fact. It is irrefutable. There is no what or how in this. She's trying to use a word salad to make people think that there is more in this than it actually is. She's trying to find an escape door. She's trying to get an escape valve. She's trying to find a way to twist this around so that she doesn't look like the idiot that she is, that she isn't the uncaring, evil person that she has purported herself to be. She goes on to say, there's thinly veiled racist language, anti-immigrant language in what he was asking, and that was uncomfortable. Wait a minute. He didn't have anything racist. There's no race. Donald Trump hasn't mentioned anything about any race in the world. He didn't say anything about white people, black people, Asians, Hispanics. He didn't mention a single race. This doesn't apply to any one race. Illegal immigrant is anyone. Any illegal alien is anyone. Every country in the world has an illegal alien in America. There are people from every country in the world, every color of skin, every ethnicity you can think of is in America illegally at this moment. At least one. You can't tell me that's racist. You can't tell me what she's saying. There's nothing in this that is racist. She is racist. That's why she sees it. Because everything's about race to her. Like many of the Democrats. In fact, almost all of the Democrats. It's about race. In their heart, in their minds, in them, their racism comes out. Everything is about race to them. That's because they are racist. And she's exposing it. She goes, what else did she say there? She said, what is he asking? He only asked is, do you agree? He didn't ask you to do anything. He did not ask you to do anything. All he asked you to do is stand up. Is standing up racist? Is standing up somehow oppressive to illegal aliens? No, it's not. What she said is garbage. It is as dumb as AOC over in Munich. It is someone who is scrambling to try and find any way to try and get some sympathy, to try and explain in some obtuse mental gymnastics that, oh, no, what you saw isn't what you saw. What happened before your eyes, the information that is in front of the entire world. You can't even say that this was short, like they didn't have time to react. They have more than a minute to react to this. They could have done anything. They could have changed their mind. They could have, kind of squirmed and got up. They could have started clapping. They could have done something. They had time. I'm still waiting. Just waiting. He's looking at them. Looking at all of them. He's making it clear. He's showing you. He's like, guys, I'm pointing you out right now. You could stand up. They could stand up even as he's pointing at them. They could stand up then and say, no, look, we don't trust you. We don't like you. But I'm going to stand up because I respect my constituents. And you could say he forced you into it. He guilted you into it. You could say a lot of things. But they didn't respond. He's giving them every opportunity, every out. He has not moved on from this. He is giving them the chance, and they're blowing it away. Yeah. You can see this. It's very clear. There's no question on this. And somehow, this woman wants you to think, well, that was racist. How? How was it racist? I felt uncomfortable. That has nothing to do with racism. Your comfort, whether you are comfortable or not, does not make something racist. That's not true. Whether you're uncomfortable has nothing to do with racism or anything else. And that's your personal feeling. You felt uncomfortable. In that moment, I felt patriotic. I thought Donald Trump was doing the right thing. And he was highlighting, and we were seeing potentially the strength of America, except the Democrats failed. Felt very patriotic. But she felt uncomfortable. And she thought it was racist. She can't explain it. And then she goes, but she wasn't the only Democrat to slam Donald Trump. Representative Robin Kelly, another Democrat out of Illinois, made light of the presentation. She didn't like the military awards. I don't care about that. I want to care about, and what's the most important thing? Why won't you stand? But it was too many awards. It was like an award show. Who cares? I don't care if you like the awards. I'm military. I love seeing the Medal of Honor being given out to people who deserve to have it. You didn't like that. I don't care. Why didn't you stand up for the American people? The other Americans they were showing had been shot and had gone through horrible strife to get the Medal of Honor. Why didn't you stand up for them? They're American citizens. That's your obligation. There was a guy standing there who had to be in a walker, standing up, could not move because of his injuries, and he was standing there in uniform in front of the rest of the world, and you, a rather cushy congresswoman, can't stand up for that guy? You have that little respect? I don't see this. I'm so angry with them. Their answer is such blatant crap. And they think because they say the word racist, they're excused. Oh, well, she said racist. That's the key word. It's all over. It's done. We don't have to think about it anymore. Racism, that's it. Shut down. The whole conversation shut down. Racism. She said she was uncomfortable. She's a black woman and she's uncomfortable. I think she's a black woman. Could be Indian. I don't know. And she's upset. Oh, well, her feelings are hurt. It's all done. We can't talk about it anymore. Oh, well, might as well go back home. End the State of the Union right there because she's black and she has a feeling and she's uncomfortable. All done, over. That's it. Stop talking. Speech over. No, that isn't how it works. That's not how the world works. So ridiculous. I mean, if anyone thinks I'm wrong, I'm open. Matter of fact, let me stop right now. Let me look through the comments. If this is the key. So to my congressman, Richie Torres. Richie, hey, here's your time. Get your supporters on and tell me why I'm wrong. Richie Torres, you can come on at any point. I will put you on live so that I cannot edit anything. I will not change a word of anything that you say. I don't want to mess up any of the context. I will give you as much time as you need. I'll give you 12 hours, 24 hours, if you need it, to explain this to me. Please come on to the show. You will be given all due respect as a member of Congress. I have interviewed members of Congress, presidential candidates. I've talked to governor candidates, elected officials. You can go and ask members of your Democratic Party. I've interviewed many of them. You can speak with them. They know who I am, my reputation from Central New York, Southern Tier New York. They know me by name, by sight. You can go and ask them. I will treat you with all the respect I can possibly provide. I just require an answer. You want to come on to this program and answer that one question. Why did you sit? You want to tell me it's racism? Fine. Explain that. Please explain that. Nowhere in that statement is there anything that's racist. You're uncomfortable. I don't care about your feelings. It wasn't about your feelings. I didn't ask you how you feel. That isn't about how you feel. It's about your obligation. It's about your oath. It's about your job. You and every other Democrat. What are you going to tell me? Oh, but Mike, you don't understand because you're black. Yeah, I'm black too. Yes, Richie Torres is, by the way, he's black Hispanic. Okay, so am I. And what are you telling me? She's a black female. So what? I'm a black male. And Richie Torres, I'm Hispanic. I'm Hispanic too. What's the problem? That's not an excuse. That's not an answer. That's not a reason. That's just you trying to dodge. I will not allow that. Okay, let me go to the comments. Again, let me go to the comments. Let me see if there is anyone. I'm looking for anyone who disagrees, who thinks, no, it was racist. No one says that. Okay. Let's see. Joel said, the media's spin was that AOC was pausing to think, okay, we covered that. Here we go. Cuba would become a great vacation destination like back in the 1920s. Well, all the way up until about the 1950s, it was great until Castro. Let's see. We've got a comment from Gracie. Did the Democrats all skip their midday naps just so they could take a nap during the State of the Union? It would appear they did not. They skipped all their naps and they were all sleeping. Maybe that's why they didn't hear it, because they were the only ones in the room clapping at the top of their, clapping hard, shouting in cheers at the top of their lungs. And the Democrats are just really hard sleepers. They didn't notice. They didn't hear the uproar. Okay. Maybe that's the reason. Maybe that's it. Okay. At least that would be a reason, right, Gracie? If I would actually have more respect for a Democrat who could look me in the face and say, well, I was asleep at the time. I took some NyQuil or some sleeping medication and I just fell asleep. And I didn't move throughout the entire State of the Union because I was asleep during the whole thing. I'd have more respect for that than what they did. Because as crap as that answer would be, as much of an abuse and an insult and a slap to the face of American citizens to say you were asleep through the whole thing because you took some medication, I would have more respect for that than what they actually did. And now the excuses that they're throwing out. It's racism. How? I felt uncomfortable. Who cares? But it's just not right. It was a trap. How? It's not a trap. It's a fact. All you had to do was stand up. Didn't even need to clap. You didn't need to agree with Donald Trump. You could have stood up and looked at him evil. All you had to do was stand. You could have stood up and turned around and turned your back to Donald Trump, but stand all the same to make the statement that you don't agree with Donald Trump because orange man bad, but you will stand for your constituents because that is your job. That is your oath that you took. That is what you swore to do. There's a lot of things they could have done. You could have walked out of that room. You could have got up and walked out the room, gone and talked to every single news media agency that was on the other side of those doors. Every leftist news organization was waiting, ready, eager to take any message you had to say. And you could have walked right out the room right then and there and could have said, hey, Donald Trump is a racist. Let me explain why. I'd had to leave the room because I felt so uncomfortable. You could have explained why, but you had no real answer. Now, none of the Democrats had an answer. They had no real reason. It's just that they don't care about American people. And they let the truth slip out. And now that they need the votes, now that they need the money, now they're turning around and going, well, forget that. Don't even think about that. That moment doesn't exist anymore. Why are you thinking about that? No, that's old news. Let's move to the next thing. Here's the new news. Give me money. That's what the Democrats are saying right now. That's what Richie Torres is saying right now. What? The State of the Union? Oh, forget the State of the Union. You didn't even see the State of the Union. Yes, I did. Oh, well, it doesn't matter if you saw it. Anyway, that's old news. We don't need to talk about that. Give me some money because I'm running for Congress again. What? Yeah. Give me your vote. Give me your money because I'm running for Congress again. Yeah, but you don't believe in standing up for me. No. That you misunderstood. You are imagining things. No, I'm not. Richie Torres, you were sitting down. You don't care. You and all of your colleagues do not care about America. You care about power. You care about money, but you don't care about the people. And we should never forget that. Every single Democrat that did not stand, every single Democrat that did not acknowledge that their job, their purpose, their oath is to protect the American citizen, first and foremost, every single one of them should be removed from office. Every single one of them. Look, if you want to replace them with another Democrat, okay, fine. I'm not telling you have to become a Republican. I'm not telling you have to be a conservative or you have to be a libertarian. I'm not telling you that. But I am saying every single one, every existing Democrat, if they didn't show up at the State of the Union, and especially if they were in that room and they were sitting down, stone cold, stone silent, unmoving about protecting you, they should be replaced. Every single one. There is no excuse for it. If someone disagrees with me, SuperChat, RumbleRant, you can just type it in on Twitter, on Facebook, on YouTube, on X. Did I say Rumble? Rumble? Tell me. Anyway, going on, Gracie says, their hatred for Trump should not get in the way of doing their job. I agree. But it always does. They need to be reminded that they work for us, not themselves. I'm trying. Clip this, send it to your Democrat. Send it to your local Democrat, any and every one of them. And if any of them say, well, you don't understand, hey, go on to Mike's show. I will give them as much time, one-on-one, live stream, for them to go through this with me. As much time. I'm not held to the restrictions of time of NBC or any of the major news media. I will sit here with them on a live stream and they can try and explain it. Now, mind you, I'm going to ask questions. They have to answer those questions. And I will keep asking that question until they answer it. I'll give them 12 hours. And I will sit here with them for 12 hours as they try to answer the question. No dodging, no skipping, no trying to slide into another argument. Let's answer this question first. Absolutely, I'll do it. Each and every Democrat member of Congress, I would do that for each and every one of them. I don't lie to my audience. I will do that. If they want to be on this program, no problem. We will ask that question, they will answer that question, and then we can move on. But I will stick on that question until it's answered. And telling me I felt uncomfortable, that's not important. I don't care. You can feel any way you want. I don't care about your feelings. That's not why you're elected. No one cares about your feelings. No one. No one cares about their feelings. Oh, well, it's racist. Great. Tell me how. Explain that to me in detail. Explain it to me like I'm a 5-year-old. Make sure that I understand it unequivocally, because that's not in there. Well, I agree with the what, not the how. Okay, what is the what? Please explain what is the what in that sentence, because it's not there. Then explain what is the how in that sentence, because it's not there. You're just making up shit. I hate when they do that. Okay, Joel says, I still can't believe they fell for that. They should have stood. All they had to do was stand, and it would have changed everything. They're not smart. They're not smart. They don't think on their feet, or sitting down, for that matter. Gracie says, I don't think this will work as well as we would like it to, because they did the same thing last year when he spoke to Congress. They didn't stand for any of it. It made no difference. I know they didn't stand for the kid with cancer, a 14-year-old kid with cancer. They wouldn't stand for him. The thing that's different here is, while it was last year during the State of the Union, it was implied that they didn't care about America, that they didn't care about the people. And you could say, well, the way they didn't care about that kid, that 14-year-old boy with cancer, is the way they didn't care about any other American. But you can argue that. That could be argued. Okay, it cannot be argued the statement that was made by Trump, the question that was made, and the answer they provided. It was explicit. And that's the difference. Last year, it was implied. This year, it was explicit. And they cannot challenge that. They can say, it's racism. No, it's not. It's feelings. No, it's not. It was very explicit. It was very simple. It was very basic. And they can't explain it, which is why they want you to forget about it. They want to move on. They want to talk about almost anything else except that. I will never forget it. And throughout the rest of this election year, from time to time, I'm going to bring this up again and again and again, because it should be. They should never be allowed to forget this. And every voter should get an answer. Before you vote for a Democrat, I would recommend ask them why. Why do they not respect you? Why are you not their priority? Is it because of money? Is it because of the color of your skin? Is it because of your intelligence? Why is it they don't respect you? I really would ask that. Let's see. Well, and then we got Gracie saying it would take Chuck Schumer 12 hours to come up with an answer, or he will bring up his imaginary friends. What, you mean like Corn Pop? Corn Pop was for Biden, to his imaginary friends for 12 hours. Look, they can't, they won't. That's why, look, let me be clear. Democrats hate to debate with me because I actually pay attention to what they're saying. I pay attention to what they do. I remember what they have said in the past, and I bring it up. And I cite credible news sources on a regular, repeated basis so that they can't dispute that. They have a difficulty in trying to tear down my character because they try. And they come up with, the only thing they can come up with is, oh, Mike, you're old. Oh, Mike, you're ugly. That's the kind of things that they say because they can't say anything else. Look, tomorrow on the Radically Conservative program, that's a television program on BronxNet Community TV. In the Bronx, you're going to see in that Radically Conservative program, about 7 p.m., you're going to see me in a debate with a Democrat talking about a couple of different issues. And you're going to see what happens when Democrats try to push their feelings, and I'm talking about the issues. And that's why Democrats don't like to be on with me, quite honestly, because they're going to talk about their feelings, and I'm going to talk about the issue. And when I talk about the issues, they get embarrassed. And then they don't know what else to say, and then they run away. Every single time. Happens all the time. Every time I'm winding up in these debates, these conversations, talking about the issues, Democrats start talking about their feelings. They get embarrassed. They get angry. They leave, and they don't want to talk anymore. Every single time. By the way, I will be showing that when it's available to the public, I will be showing the radically conservative episode with me and a Democrat, a gentleman by the name of Dan, and how they answered. You get to see for yourself. You'll be able to understand for yourself. It happens all the time. What's this? I got a comment here from Obina Types. Hi. Okay. Hi, Obina. I hope I pronounced it right. Is it Obina? Hello, Obina. Thank you for joining the show. I appreciate you watching. I truly do. So, there's that. Let me see here. And maybe what they did during the State of the Union is part of the reason why right now Democrats looking at 2028 and who could be in charge. Come on. What's going on? Come on. There we go. That's maybe why, according to CNN, again, not my opinion, these are the left coming up with their data. That's why not one Democrat reaches over 20%. Not one. They're all under 20%. Democrats don't believe in the Democrats for 2028. None of the Democrats think the Democrats have leadership ability. Not one of them can break 20%. This is for Democrats. They were asking Democrats. Newsom's at 19. Harris is at 18. Buttigieg is at 13. AOC is at 12, which I think is way strong, astronomically too much for AOC. They have no confidence. They have no leadership. And by the way, this isn't just this clip isn't just about them. It's a
Prez nominee. You have a leader, but
that's the place to go because check out these numbers from CNN.
Sure. They're all running, and this is just a downright clown car at this point on the Democratic side. I mean,
like it's just an easy group to punch through.
I agree.
Putting aside whether I agree with you or not on the other stuff, I don't want to get lost in all of that.
Sure,
we can do that some other time.
Right.
But that makes sense. Like, wow, it's a pretty freaking weak field. If you were doing if there's an ESPN version of this, it's like, man, that's a team.
Listen.
Don't raise dragons right off the bat. For new players, at the start of the
You know, I've told people this on many, many occasions. I'm not an aficionado on the issues. There's a lot more that I have to learn. I can be corrected at the drop of a hat, I'm quite sure. True. I'm a conscientious observer. I'm an American citizen. I'm a voter. Who cares? I've been very blessed and successful to have the career that I have.
True.
And I ain't about to give up this money and what I've achieved to run for the presidency of the United States. That is where I come in. But it is tempting when I see those as the candidates, because I don't believe any of them have a chance of winning.
That is Stephen A. Smith, a national figure, someone who is respected and watched more than most of those candidates. And every single one of them, he's saying they can't win. He's saying that they are terrible choices. This is a Democrat, a guy who's considering running for president, a guy who's got millions of dollars, who has millions of followers over years, doesn't believe any of. Why? Because all of those people would have sat in the State of the Union, and many of them are in the State of the Union, and they would have sat down because they will not represent you. They don't care about you. They care about money. They care about power. They don't care about you. Think about it. When we think about Pete Buttigieg, no one knows what the hell he did. What I can tell you is Pete Buttigieg, do you remember East Palestine in Ohio? Yeah, he screwed up because he didn't care about you. How about Gavin Newsom? Hey, Gavin, did you replace any of the houses that burned down in California last year? One house? That's it? The entire community was burned down. You replaced and rebuilt one house in a year. Yeah, that's not a failure. Yeah, that means you deserve to be president. Let's see. Kamala Harris, have you learned to say anything without salad? No? Okay, there that one goes. And AOC, again, we saw her in Munich. Absolute waste of time. It's embarrassing, folks. Let's see. Hey, we got a comment here. Jason Murillo, who is a candidate. And I know I've met Jason several times. He's a great guy. He's also known as DJ Loudmouth, and he's running in Manhattan. And I've also been on his TV show. So Jason says, "Hey, Michael, how are you?" Yes, I know who you are, Jason. I do not forget names. I do not forget people. He goes on to say, "What do you think happens now with the Iran-U.S. conflict? How widespread do you think it will get, and how bad will it get for us?" Well, I spent the first hour and 45 minutes of the show today, talking about that. 3 hours of live stream talking about that yesterday. But to give a shorter answer on how widespread do I think this gets, I don't think this becomes widespread. You may see, and we know, the Houthis who are in Yemen have said that they will attack international boats going through the Red Sea because they are the property of Iran. They're terrorists that get all of their money from Iran. That's their bread and butter. So, yeah, they're going to defend Iran because that's the only way they get to be in existence. We heard from Hamas. Of course, Hamas gets their money, $100 million a year. They get that from Iran. They're going to do something. They're going to have some activity. Okay, but that's kind of expected. And I would expect that Hezbollah, which also gets money from Iran and a lot of their training and some of their personnel from Iran, they're going to have something to say about it too. Other than that, no, I don't think anyone's going to care. No one likes Iran. No one respects Iran. A lot of people were afraid of Iran because it has a sizable military. It did. And it had a strong leadership at the time. But they're not in the class of the United States. They could beat other countries. They could. They fought Saudi Arabia to a standstill. So I'm not going to downplay. They have an army and it can fight on its level, but it's not on the level of the United States. And no one respects them. No one likes them. And we're seeing that right now. No, I don't think it spreads anywhere. It's going to be Iran by itself. No one wants to be involved. No one wants to help them. And they're going to lose. In part because they have no backup. China's not going to come in and help them. Russia can't come in and help them. North Korea is going to laugh about it. No one's going to help. Yes, Jason stands, he corrects me. He's running for the State Senate District 27. Thank you for correcting that, Jason. Jason also has a statement. He says, do you think we'll ever get terror attacks here in the U.S. or sleeper cells? Again, I was talking about that at the beginning of the show, but to remind you, to tell people who may have missed that, yes, absolutely. Somewhere with it, I expect most of it will be activity between 3 months from today and 6 months from today, when most people have forgotten about it. But as we started the show, the first thing that we spoke about was the FBI warning that you should be watchful and aware because of sleeper cells. Now, we know there are sleeper cells in America. We know under the Biden-Harris administration, among the over 8 million people who illegally entered the United States, the known and suspected list of individuals in America grew by well over 300%. We had hundreds of known and suspected terrorists that entered into the United States. Some of them were here to create sleeper cells, and some that we didn't catch, that we didn't know are here, are in sleeper cells right now. I do believe that some of them will activate now that the Ayatollah is dead. And since I expect Iran to lose this battle, I think they will activate. And that means somewhere in the next 3 to 6 months, I think closer to 3 and 6 months, you will see them activate. Whenever they think that American people aren't paying attention as much, that they have an opening and the American people have forgotten, they will take that as a time of opportunity, and they will cause difficulties. They will attack American citizens. So yes, I do think that's going to happen, and that's something to be aware of. Not just, yes, of course, right now, But in 3 months and in 6 months, absolutely them too. That's what I believe about that. He was asleep. He was asleep. I know. Let's see. We're almost done. Jason says, God forbid we don't get another 9/11. That's scary just to think about. We might. That's one of the risks of going to war. That's one of the risks of America after open borders. That's one of the reasons why open borders is so terrifying and such a bad thing to happen. If you have open borders, you don't know who's coming into your country. You can't control who's coming into your country. And so people like terrorist sleeper cells can come into the country and embed themselves. And at any moment in time, they could create another 9/11. That's the reality. That's the danger that the Biden-Harris administration put every single American into by opening the borders. Every Democrat that supports open borders, every progressive that says borders don't exist, they are putting everyone in around them and everyone in that country into danger. Because you have people like terrorists like Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthis, ISIS and the Taliban and Al Qaeda. These are terrorists that will come over and they want to see you dead. They don't care what you're, but I'm a leftist. They don't care. You're an American leftist, which means you need to die. Oh, but I'm part of the LGBT flag rainbow coalition. They don't care. That means you should die. You don't believe in Allah like they do. They want you dead. These people do not respect you. They don't value you. They don't think you should exist. And that's just because you're an American. And as you talk about all the other things you believe in, like you believe in gay marriage, you believe in women being able to work, you have a different religion that you believe in, or you're atheist. These are all things added on top of being an American that they don't like. And they will kill you for these things because they have been trained and taught that they can kill people that don't agree with them. That's the problem with open borders. That's one of the many, many, many problems with open borders that no one likes to talk about. The entire left for the 4 years of the Biden-Harris administration didn't talk about. That's the gaping problem buried deep inside of open borders. They didn't want to talk about it. Why? Well, that doesn't mean it's going to happen. Yeah, it does. Eventually, it will happen. They just don't want to talk about it. They don't want you to think about it. They want you to just vote them in, give them more power. Aren't we being nice? We're nice. Who's going to come here and kill us because we're nice? Terrorists from Iran. That's who will. Because they don't care if you're nice. They don't care if you look good. They don't care if you feel good. They don't care what your truth is. They could care less. That's the reality of it. That's the reality of it. That's why it's so dangerous. All right. We're just about done with the show today. Just about done. By the way, it doesn't help the left that they do stupid things. Why is it that Stephen A. Smith doesn't think any of the Democrats would win? Why he thinks they're miserable? Well, because of things like this. Gavin Newsom, who's like, I can't read. I'm just like black people. I'm not smart. I'm just like black people. Did you really say that, Gavin? Did you really think that would get you votes? No wonder he's at 19%. I'm surprised he's at 19%. Who's going to vote for you? But I'm black. See, I'm just like a black person. Gavin, that's insulting. And that is racist. Just as racist as when Joe Biden says, you ain't black if you don't vote Democrat. It's just as racist. It's not a positive. I don't know why black people give money to Democrats when they say things like this, when they do things like this. It doesn't make any sense to me. What is it? I'm just looking through. I'll just go over a little bit on Don Lemon, and then I'm going to end the show for today. And here it is. There's a couple of other things. You'll see it in the description. And by the way, Jason, never a problem. I'm glad that. Thank you for watching the show. Thank you for letting people know about it. I'm happy to answer your questions. But Don Lemon is getting sued. Don Lemon, as you know, walked into a church while people were praying to God because of politics. And Don Lemon wanted to look good. He wanted to feel good. He went with a bunch of activists, which I believe he was helping to support, that he was directly involved with, walked into a church, violated people's First Amendment rights to freedom of speech and of worship, oppressed these people. And Don Lemon says, well, you can't hold me accountable. I'm a gay black journalist. First of all, being gay and black has nothing to do with anything. That is not an excuse. That's not a qualifier. That's not a legal defense. Throw that out the window. Stop saying it. Please, stop saying it. Oh, but Don Lemon is gay and black. Who cares? Literally, who cares? That doesn't mean anything. Stop saying it. And he says, well, but I'm a journalist. Yes, you're an independent journalist. Good for you, Don Lemon. But guess what? You can still be civilly sued, and he is. He is going to jail. And when he loses his court case, he's going to also owe millions of dollars because of the civil charges he's going to get. Because he did do this. We saw him on video. Even if he can find a way to get a slap on the wrist from the charges, the court charges, the civil case, he can't get away with. I hope they get him for millions and millions of dollars. Links for everything I've been talking about will be here. And so I want you all to look at all of that. But until then, I want to thank you for being part of my audience. I want to thank you for watching this with me and leaving your comments. I will be looking forward to seeing what you have to say. I will have more shows coming up this week, and next Saturday, I'm also doing a special event. I'll tell you more about that as that comes up. But until that time, I want to, I forgot to take that down. I want to thank you for being part of my audience. I want to thank you for being responsive here. Please, let's get to 5,000 subscribers this year. Like, share, subscribe. Most of all, subscribe. I look forward to talking to you guys again very soon. Thank you. Have a great night.